Morning, Nate.
Hey Steve, how you doing?
Good.
Morning, y'all. Can hear you loud and clear from the Anchorage office.
Good.
Morning, guys.
Morning, John.
I'm good.
Good morning, everyone. So we ended the day yesterday, finishing public testimony on C5. I'll ask the council if they're ready to take action. I think we'll, as I mentioned yesterday, we'll look for a motion of spatial apportionment first. Then go into groundfish specs or golf specs, Bering Sea, proposed specs, and then see if there are any other additional items. Ms. Kimball.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have a motion on C5C, the spatial apportionment.
We'll wait for that to get on the screen.
The motion reads, the council supports the process described by staff for spatial apportionment of groundfish in the harvest specifications process and requests council staff provide written guidance to the plan teams and SSC as appropriate. Spatial apportionment of ABCs will be renamed BRDs, biologically informed recommended distributions, instead of sub-area ABCs, to indicate that the spatial apportionment is based on SSC recommendations to spatially apportion the harvest based on survey or catch data consistent with status quo. SSC calculations for spatial apportionment, or BRDs, will continue to be based only on biological information, not socioeconomic information, status quo. SSC recommendations for spatial apportionment, BRDs, will continue to inform the council's recommendations on spatial apportionment of tax. The spatial apportionment of tax can also include socioeconomic factors, status quo. The overall intent is for the council to continue apportioning tax to mirror the BRDs similar to past practice. If the council anticipates any stocks or stock complexes where it may want to deviate from BRDs when setting tax, it intends to use the October-December harvest specifications process to seek quantitative or qualitative input from the plan teams and SSC. Useful information from the SSC could include whether the previous year's BRDs or small changes from the current SSC recommended BRDs would be likely to result in biological impacts to the stock or stock complex. And with a second, I can speak to it.
Second, Vanderhoven.
Thank you, Ms. Vanderhoven. I think we got a brief presentation from staff, which I appreciate, and also a really good report and discussion from the SSC. I just want to be clear that the majority of this motion, and I tried to be explicit here, was status quo. I think the changes that are being recommended here means more accuracy and transparency in spatially apportioning the ABC. I think we heard from staff and from NOAA GC at previous meetings, sub-area ABCs are not recognized in Magnuson. They don't have the same triggers as an ABC if we meet or exceed them. And the council's always had the authority to set tax such that they're different from the spatial apportionments of the ABC as long as the total ABC is not exceeded. So this is really just trying to make that more clear. I think we should also be clear and differentiate that the SSC sets OFLs and ABCs at the level of the stock. And if there's genetic or other stock structure evidence that supports that the area of the stock is smaller, then the SSC sets an OFL and ABC at that level. It's like when we transitioned from Bering Sea Aleutian Islands cod to Bering Sea cod and Aleutian Islands cod ABCs due to evidence that they were different genetic stocks. And that's that example. That's unchanged, and that's not the situation being addressed in this motion. To be clear, the first bullet is just the renaming component to make clear that the SSC would continue to recommend spatial apportionment of the ABC based on survey data, or in the case of Tier 6 stocks, catch data, so that harvest should generally reflect stock distribution. And as the SSC stated in their minutes, especially when stock structure and spatial ecology are uncertain, this helps to maintain biocomplexity, reproductive potential, and fishing opportunities. So it's just a renaming. They're just not sub-area ABCs anymore. The next two bullets also, I just try to be clear, reflect status quo in our harvest specifications policy, that the BRDs are based on biological information, and the council's tax can also be based on socioeconomic information. The next bullet is just to show that, well, the council has and has always had the authority to set tax differently than those sub-area, those spatial apportionments. the overall intent is for the majority of stocks to set tax the same as the spatial apportionment recommended by the SSC and based on survey data. I think it's important to state that generally that would be the intent of our practice. I think the SSC said that we should be kind of judicious in when we decide that we want some flexibility, because generally we should try to reflect the survey apportionments. And then the last bullet is really the new part. If the council can anticipate any stocks where it may want to deviate from the SSC recommended spatial apportionment, either because we know there's a survey change or a methodology change, which we will likely hear from the SSC, or there's a management issue, which we likely hear about in either public testimony or from NIMS Alaska region during B reports, then we can use October to identify those stocks as much as we can. And then we hope that the plan team and the SSC can provide some input or insight as to whether that some deviation would be okay, not create significant risk of biological impacts to the stock. And I think we heard in the SSC report that could be very qualitative, and the motion recognizes that. But we're really looking for input as to whether small deviations are fine. I think we heard clearly the SSC was supportive of piloting this process this year. I do think if we expect that this is an improvement, if we see improvement in the process, that we could choose as a council to add this to our harvest specifications policy that sits on our website. I just didn't think modifying that policy at this meeting made sense as we really worked out the kinks and tried this for the first time. So I'd be glad to answer any questions.
Thank you for the motion, Ms. Kimball. Are there any questions? Okay, any comments on the motion? Yes, Ms. Vanderhoven.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Ms. Kimball, for your motion. I am going to support it. And I just want to say I really appreciate the way you've laid out the motion and clearly delineated what status quo. I think for people who don't follow our process closely, it could be really confusing. So thank you for all the work that you put into the motion.
Any other comments? None. Thank you for the motion, Ms. Kimball. Is there any objection to the motion? Seeing none, that motion passes without objection. There are any motions for the Gulf specifications proposed? Yes, Ms. Kimball.
Thank you. I have a motion, Madam Chair, on C5A for Gulf proposed specifications.
On the screen.
Oh, did I say? Okay. The council adopts the proposed 2026 and 2027 Gulf of Alaska groundfish specifications for overfishing limits and allowable biological catches as recommended by the SSC, and the total allowable catches shown in Table 1. The tax for both Gulf of Alaska peacock and pollock have been adjusted to account for state water GHL fisheries. The proposed Gulf of Alaska peacock adjustments for state water GHL fisheries are shown in Table 2. The proposed TAC for Gulf octopus has been adjusted to account for state water GHL fisheries. The council adopts the proposed 2026 and 2027 annual and seasonal Pacific halibut PSC limits and apportionments in the Gulf of Alaska as provided in Tables 9, 10, and 11. The council adopts the proposed 2026 and 2027 halibut discard mortality rates for the Gulf of Alaska as shown in Table 12. Final specifications will be approved in December 2025 when stock assessments are completed and full information is available. Regarding spatial apportionment, the council is interested in SSC advice in December 2025 as to whether there's flexibility in the survey-based spatial apportionments recommended by the SSC for Gulf shortraker rockfish, Gulf rougheye and blackspotted rockfish complex, Gulf thorny head rockfish, and GOA skates, big and long nose. Useful information from the SSC could include whether the previous year's BRDs or small changes from the current SSC recommended BRDs would be likely to result in biological impacts to the stock or stock complex. And with a second, I'll speak to it briefly.
Second, Vanderhoven.
Thank you, Ms. Vanderhoven. This is the AP motion. I didn't make any changes to the subsequent tables after the narrative here. It's our common practice in October to get the information from the SSC and the plan teams and to at least adopt proposed 2026 and 2027 specifications, knowing that we won't do final specifications for OFLs and ABCs and set the tax until we have full survey information and completed stock assessments in December. There's nothing else I think to note here, except that similar to the advisory panel, the Gulf octopus tack has been adjusted in case that's necessary. I think we may hear from maybe NOAA in December whether that's necessary. I also note that in our state report, under B reports, our State of Alaska Fish and Game report, we heard that the Board of Fish is considering amending their Western Gulf cod GHLs. There's proposals to increase that GHL up to 60% of the ABC in the Western Gulf for peacod. So we're just aware of that, and that would be in place if the Board of Fish took that action in 2026. So we'd have to be cognizant of that for further adjustments to the state water GHL fisheries in December, if that is passed or something like that is passed. I think the only other thing to mention is the spatial apportionment. I tried to identify a few stocks, rockfish stocks and skates that came up in public testimony, and some of which, I think all of which, maybe except for thorny heads, were identified by the SSC in their minutes as well. And this is again where we're just looking for some advice, likely qualitative, from the SSC and authors to see if there's a little flexibility there in deviating from the spatial apportionments. I think we know that there could be some challenges given the changes in the survey information. We also know there's really patchy nature of these apportionments, as we heard in public testimony, and these are really choke species as incidental catch for other directed fisheries. And so if there is a little room for movement there, I think it would be good for us to know. It doesn't mean that we would deviate from the spatial apportionment, but at least we'd have information to know whether that's a possibility and not creating any concerns for the SSC. So I think those are all the comments I have on the motion, and I'd be glad to take any questions.
Thank you. Looks like Ms. Cleaver has a hand up.
I can't hear her if she's
And
asked.
I think we're trying to unmute her. Sorry about that. Ms. Cleaver?
Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Good morning. I just wanted to clarify, this is my fault, but the octopus tax that needs to be reduced by 16 metric tons isn't reflected in there yet. So I'll send over an updated table. It should just be, instead of 980, 964. So apologies for that.
So Madam Chair, I don't know if you'd appreciate a amendment to this motion to make the octopus tack 964 metric tons.
Yes. I would. Let's see if there are any other questions. Ms. Vanderhoosen?
Sorry, I was just going to go ahead and make that amendment, but we can see if there are other questions first.
I'm not seeing any. Ms. Vanderhoosen?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll offer an amendment to adjust the octopus tack to 964 metric tons.
There's a second.
Second.
Thank you, Mr. O'Flaherty. Any comments? Any objection? Okay, seeing none, that amendment passes without objection. Any further comments on the amended motion? Seeing none, thank you for all of your work on this, Ms. Kimball. Any objections? Motion? Seeing none, the amended motion passes without objection. Ask if there's a motion on the proposed Bering Sea specs. Ms. Vanderhoven?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have a motion that I sent to staff. Okay. The council adopts the proposed 2026 and 2027 Bering Sea and Aleutian Islands groundfish harvest specifications for OFLs and ABCs as recommended by the SSC and sets the tax as shown in the attached Bering Sea Aleutian Island Table 1, with all proposed specifications consisting of rollovers of 2026 final specifications from the 2025-2026 harvest specifications approved in December of 2024. The tax for the Bering Sea and Aleutian Islands Pacific cod has been adjusted to account for the state water GHL fishery. The Bering Sea sablefish tax has been adjusted to account for the state water GHL fishery. The council adopts the proposed Atka mackerel seasonal spatial and gear allowances, flatfish ABC reserves, 2026 and 2027 annual and seasonal PSC limits and apportionments in the Bering Sea Aleutian Islands as proposed in tables 3, 7, 8, 9, 10, and 11 for halibut, red king crab, tanner crab, apelio crab, and herring, and their gear types and target fishery apportionments. The 2026 and 2027 crab PSC limits have been revised using current biomass estimates. The council adopts the proposed 2026 and 2027 halibut discard mortality rates for the Bering Sea Aleutian Islands as shown in Table 12. And with a second, I can speak to the motion.
Second.
Thank you, Mr. Williams, for the.
Sorry.
Thank you, Madam Chair. All right, I've got a little delay on my end, I think. Just a reminder that the groundfish stock assessments for this year have not been run or reviewed yet by our peer review process, being the Groundfish Plan team and the SSC and our AP and the public. That process will hopefully occur over the next several weeks leading up to our December council meeting. At that time, we'll approve the final OFLs, ABCs, and tax for 2026 and 2027. We need to put forward proposed specs at this meeting without the updated catch and survey data from the current year in order to follow the harvest specifications process and for NIMS to publish in the Federal Register and solicit public comments on proposed harvest specifications. After our December meeting, when we make our final recommendations for 2025, the updated values for OFLs, ABCs, and tax will be updated in the Federal Register, usually around March. In this motion, OFLs, ABCs, and tax are consistent with what was approved last year for 2026, with the exception of Aleutian Island Pacific cod, where the TAC accommodates the 4% decrease in the state water GHL down to 31% in 2026. And these values are rolled over for 2027 in order to meet the tax setting process to authorize the groundfish fisheries in the Bering Sea Aleutian Islands for 2026 and 2027. As noted, the TAC numbers for Pacific cod account for state water GHL fisheries in the Bering Sea and Aleutian Islands, including the state water decrease that I just mentioned, based on actual harvest in 2025, as outlined in regulation. The state water Pacific cod jig allocation has been accounted for as well, and the Bering Sea sablefish TAC accounts for the Bering Sea and Aleutian Islands state water fishery. With the Bristol Bay Red King crab fishery expected to open, so is the Red King crab saving sub-area, what we call the strip, is open to non-pelagic trawl gear in 2026. Table 9 includes that PSC limit, and the Red King crab numbers may change once the TAC is announced, but I don't think we expect the PSC amounts to actually change. The halibut DMRs in Table 12 have been updated to reflect the changes recommended by our advisory bodies. The council has not yet received the updated herring biomass values, but they're expected to be available in time for the December council meeting when we'll review and approve final specifications. and the table will be updated then. The council also has not received halibut estimates from the IPHC to set the Amendment 80 halibut PSC limits under the abundance-based management. These numbers are also expected to be available at the December council meeting. As noted in the staff presentation, PSC limit for Chinook for the Eastern Bering Sea pollock fishery is not included in the tables since the council does not take action on these numbers during the groundfish specification process, but I wanted to publicly recognize that we have received the Three River Index notice from ADF&G, and the fleet will be operating under the lower limit of 45,000 fish. In Table 3, ATCA mackerel allocations, I'm proposing a reduction of the Eastern Aleutian Islands Bering Sea jig allocation, setting it to 0 metric tons. As noted by staff in the presentation, the sector has not fished the allocation since 1995, leaving those fish stranded. I'd like to highlight this so that if the sector does have plans to prosecute the fishery in 2026, they can provide us with public comment for the December meeting for consideration of setting the final specs for next year. As to spatial apportionment, the council is interested in SSC advice in December as to whether there's any flexibility in the spatial management recommendations by the SSC for Bering Sea Aleutian Islands sablefish, POP, Blackspotted Rougheye, and ATCA mackerel, and I would be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Ms. Vanderhoven. I'll see if there are any questions on the motion. Ms. Kimball.
Thank you, Ms. Vanderhoven, for the motion. I just wanted to see if you could repeat the species in which you would like to hear from the SSC on spatial apportionment and any more rationale around that.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Ms. Kimball. I identified Bering Sea Aleutian Islands sablefish, POP, Blackspotted Rougheye rockfish, and ATCA mackerel. And really being the first year that we're looking at this modified process, those are the species where I think there's been some question or concern in the past, and particularly in light of our discussions about Blackspotted Rougheye that we'll get into after this motion. Those are the ones that seemed appropriate to me to look at for December.
Any other questions? Any comments on the motion? Yes, Ms. Cohen.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Ms. Vanderhoven, for the motion. I'll be supporting the motion, and I appreciate your comments about the prohibited species catch limits. The crab industry has sent out notice to the groundfish fleets on ways they can reduce impacts on crab by careful handling and release of crab and avoidance of crab. And we appreciate the groundfish fleet's efforts to avoid them. So thank you. I'll be supporting the motion.
Thank you. Any further comments? Seeing none, thank you for all of your work on the motion, Ms. Vanderhoven. Is there any objection to the motion? Seeing none, the motion passes without objection. Any further action under C5? Mr. Kerman.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have a motion on C5D, the Blackspotted Rougheye accountability measures.
Okay, we'll wait for that to get up on the screen.
And my motion reads as follows. The Council initiates an FMP and regulatory amendment with the following purpose and need and alternatives. Purpose and need. The annual catch limit, which is equal to the acceptable biological catch for the Bering Sea and Aleutian Islands Blackspotted and Rougheye rockfish stock complex, has been exceeded for 3 of the past 4 years, from 2021 through 2024. The overfishing limit has not been exceeded in any of these years. There's been no open directed fishery for BSRE. The species in this complex are increasingly found mixed with other target fisheries and are caught incidentally, primarily in the Aleutian Islands Pacific Ocean perch fishery. While accountability measures are specified in the BSAI Groundfish Fishery Management Plan, recent implementation of these measures has not prevented catch from exceeding ACL. The National Standard 1 guidelines require that the system of ACLs and accountability measures be reevaluated and modified if necessary when an ACL is exceeded more than once in a 4-year period. In accordance with the National Standard 1 guidelines, the Council is considering modifying accountability measures by adding in-season management authority for NMFS to better control harvest of groundfish stocks to prevent catch from exceeding the ACL. Alternative 1, no action, status quo. Alternative 2, add NMFS in-season management authority to the BSAI Groundfish FMP and the Gulf of Alaska Groundfish FMP regulations at 50 CFR 679 to allow NMFS to respond to ACL overages. This should be consistent with NMFS in-season management authority already in place for overfishing closures at 50 CFR 679-20D3 and in-season adjustments at 50 CFR 679-25. If NMFS determines that fishing may lead to an exceedance of an ACL more than once in a 4-year period, NMFS may use in-season management authority to specify limitations or prohibitions designed to prevent an additional ACL exceedance for that species or species group. Alternative 3, add new NMFS in-season management authority to the BSAI Groundfish FMP regulations at 50 CFR 679 as in Alternative 2, but only for the BSRE complex if an ACL is exceeded more than once in a 4-year period. And that's my motion.
Thank you very much. Mr. Carlin, I'll see if there are any questions on the motion. Oh, sorry, I'm looking for a second first. Sorry about that.
Second.
Thank you, Mr. Pamplin.
Thank you, Madam Chair and Mr. Pamplin. So as noted in the purpose and needs statement, I'm proposing the annual catch limit for the BSAI Blackspotted and Rougheye rockfish complex has been exceeded 3 of the past 4 years. Current accountability measures specified in the FMP have not prevented catch from exceeding the ACL. The Council requested a discussion paper in December 2024 to consider additional or modified accountability measures and provided additional guidance in June 2025 to narrow down the scope of the potential new accountability measures. That discussion paper is before us under this agenda item. And for 2026, the only viable tool available to the Council to help avoid another ACL exceedance is to reduce the TAC for Pacific Ocean perch when recommending harvest specifications in December, since BSRE primarily is caught in the Pacific Ocean perch fishery. But the Council should consider other tools to address such situations more effectively and efficiently in the future. ACL and OFL overages are very rare for Alaska groundfish. In recent decades, I understand there have been 2 cases of OFL overages, and the only ACL overage beyond a single year in a 4-year time span has been for this Blackspotted Rougheye complex. Current in-season regulations predate the National Standard Guideline regulations. NMFS has in-season management regulations pertaining to TAC overages and OFL overages, and those include prohibiting directed fishing for other species or species groups in the area, or limiting the time, area, or gear types that may be used in directed fishing for the other species or species groups. But NMFS does not currently have the ability to address ACL overages through in-season management. This action would provide a new tool to address situations where there is an ACL exceedance more than once in a 4-year period, either specifically for BSRE under my proposed Alternative 3, or for any groundfish species or complex under Alternative 2, without the situation needing to come to the Council for action. Of course, the goal should be never to exceed an ACL, but in the event of an exceedance, this new accountability measure would provide an efficient and effective mechanism for NMFS to address that via in-season management without the Council needing to take subsequent action. And finally, Madam Chair, I'll note that I considered the testimony and written comments from members of the Amendment 80 sector asking for a revised discussion paper instead of initiating an FMP amendment and regulatory amendment. But in light of the repeated ACL overages, my view is that this action is necessary per the National Standard 1 guidelines, and the Council needs to proceed with an analysis to consider revising the existing accountability measures, which have not prevented the repeated exceedance of ACLs. And I'll be happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Mr. John. Or any questions on the motion? Ms. Vanderhoven.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Mr. Curlin, for your motion. I'm reflecting back on the staff presentation, and one element that staff suggested we consider was the, I guess, duration or term of the accountability measures. The example I recall from the slides was 1 year or 3 years. And I don't see that in your motion. And as I read it, I'm assuming this would be just within a single year, since we're talking about 4-year rolling numbers. Is that correct?
Madam Chair, Ms. Vanderhoven, thank you for the question. So you're correct that I did not specify a duration here. My intent would be that this becomes a tool in the toolbox for NIMS in-season managers to use in the future whenever they may need to. So this is not something that would expire, but it's something that they would only be able to invoke if there is an exceedance more than once within any 4-year rolling period.
Thank you. And Ms. Kimball.
Thank you for the motion, Mr. Curlin. My question is the same as Ms. Vanderhoven's, but I just wanted to clarify the example. So under alternative 2, NIMS could use in-season management authority, as you've specified, to in the current year, or would it, or in the following year? Is it either of those things? Just need to understand that.
Madam Chair, Ms. Kimball, I think NIMS would have that authority to use under in-season management as needed. So it could be in the current year, or if the in-season managers saw that it was necessary to prevent an additional ACL exceedance, potentially they could do it, consider it again in the future. But by nature, in-season management is within a given season, so that would be the focus of their actions.
Thank you. Any further questions? Any comments on the motion? Thank you, Mr. Curlin. I'll see if there's any objection to the motion. Seeing none, that motion passes without objection. Any further action on C5? Okay, seeing none, that brings us into our seat. Oh, Mr. Kemp.
Thanks, Madam Chair. I have perhaps just a process question, and maybe direct this to either Mr. Kurland or Mr. Witherell. So yesterday, it was mentioned under the Bering Sea Aleutian Islands groundfish specs that NIMS just published those regulations for 2025 and did not include 2026, if I understood that correctly. And so in December, when we go to adopt the 2026 and 2027 groundfish regs, that then gets turned around and run through the Federal Register complex, and we get the regs posted in March of 26. Do we have a gap in regulatory coverage for January, February, and March of 26, or is it just that this is a new council member that doesn't understand the process? Thanks.
Mr. Curlin.
Thanks, Madam Chair, and thanks, Mr. Pamplin, for the question. So Again, I'm at the disadvantage of not having NOAA General Counsel here with me, but my understanding is that we do not have a gap through March. But if the council did not act on final specs in December and get those, the agency gets those promulgated, then potentially we would have a gap after March 2026.
Thanks. Through the chair, Mr. Curlin. So January, February, March 26 groundfish specs are posted just through the council process, or does NIMP still need to take an FR publication notice for those 3 months?
The existing,
do the bridge from last December's action.
Yeah, the existing harvest specifications that were published for 25-26 remain in effect through March of 2026.
Okay. Thank you for the assurances. Thanks.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Pamplin. Mr. Curlin, anything further on C5? Okay, thanks. That brings us to our C6 agenda item. And I believe Sarah Marinan is here to walk us through a PowerPoint. Ms. Marinan.
Morning, Madam Chair, members of the council. I'll just take a second to get my PowerPoint up here. Can I get a check to see if you can see that? If that looks okay?
That's good, Sarah.
Okay, thank you. All right, Madam Chair, members of the council, Sarah Marinan, council staff. This is C6 economic data report removal for possible initial final review. This analysis was prepared by NIMS Alaska Regional Office, specifically Stephanie Warpinski, with consultation from others at the regional office and at the Science Center. Stephanie also made this presentation and provided it to the AP. She's not allowed to be here today, so I'm back up for this presentation. I'm going to walk through her slides. Of course, you have the analysis. There are some public comments posted, and there will be an AP report as well, I believe. Jumping in, there's one action alternative for C6. It's to consider removing the individual economic data report EDR program requirements. And as I mentioned, this is being considered for initial final action, and that is because, in particular, there has been a lot of consideration around EDRs recently with the implementation of Amendment 52. There was quite a bit of lead up to that in terms of workshops and meetings and considerations of EDRs. So there's an analysis provided, and that also included an alternative that looked at removing the EDRs within the suite of alternatives. So that work is referenced in this new analysis quite a bit. And because that work was fresh, also because there's a simple choice set here, it's alternative 1, no action, or alternative 2, remove the EDRs. And also, as highlighted in June of 2025, in consideration with the Executive Order 14276, an initial final may be an efficient way to consider an action that could be in line with that EO. That said, you could still choose to delay final action after hearing the presentation and having discussion. That is a decision you could still make. So just so you know, you have options. It's scheduled for possible initial final review, but you can make that choice. So the analysis is a regulatory impact review. There's no expected environmental consequences of the alternatives. There are currently 3 EDRs: the Bering Sea Aleutian Island Crab Rationalization Program EDR, the Amendment 80 EDR, and the Amendment 91 EDR. which applies to AFA vessels and participants. You'll recall the EDR for GOA trawl fisheries previously existed, and that was discontinued in 2023. So these are the three EDRs that are being considered for removal. Here is an outline of the presentation. So to begin, a brief history of action. This is broken into 3 sections. The first section in the paper kind of walks through implementation of the different EDRs. There's also been, I would also direct you to April 2019 discussion paper that has a pretty extensive history of this implementation and the considerations when these were first developed. The paper also has a short summary of some of the history around recent considerations for EDRs. There was a, in the last EO on deregulatory actions, there was a discussion paper produced by the Science Center and the NIMS Regional Office in April 2019. That was pretty comprehensive, covering the EDRs and the history. In response to that discussion paper, the council made a 2-part motion, first focused on adjustments around existing EDRs, and then issue 2 around consideration of a more holistic approach for data collection. This 2-part motion was discussed extensively at the council's social science planning team, which also hosted and gathered input from stakeholders through a series of workshops and engaged with the council during the 2019 to 2021 time period. A lot of that work culminated with Amendment 52, which provided recommendations to the council on some of the regulatory changes that could be made to the EDRs. So there were a few things related to the crab EDR that changed in regulation. That amendment package also removed the GOA trawl EDR, and there were a series of non-regulatory recommendations that came out of the workshops, which the council had requested the Science Center go ahead and implement. So the Science Center did that and reported back on that non-regulatory piece. And then Amendment 52 was effective in 2023. I'll also mention at that meeting, final action meeting in 2022, in February 2022, the council also initiated a discussion paper on that at that time to consider a more holistic data collection, including crew data and some other variables that could be collected across fisheries. So that action sort of took a life of its own. There were a few iterations of it, and then that action was tabled in October of last year. So for this action, more specifically, the motion for this action originated from a cost recovery discussion paper presented by NIMS Regional Office in April 2025. And then also of note, in June of this year, when considering responses to Executive Order 14276, removing EDR requirements was one of the actions cited as possibly in line with that EO's intent. So the purpose and need for this action is on page 8. I wanted to highlight in particular this last sentence of the purpose and need statement that says, given the substantial cost recovery fees for submitting and maintaining EDRs, their inconsistent application across LAPs, and the lack of clear overriding management need, the cost of EDRs to fishery participants and the agency outweighs the value of EDRs to management. This was highlighted in the paper from NIMS and GC as a sentence that they may recommend some changes to, acknowledging that there's been a lot of work in the recent past done on EDRs and a lot of public input that's been received already. So the council does have a pretty large basis with which to consider EDRs. This new iteration of the analysis continues the public process, and that there's a concern that the last sentence doesn't accurately reflect the process that the council takes in order to make a reasoned and informed decision about costs and benefits. So you can see on page 9 in the paper the agency has suggested some alternative language for the council to consider in the purpose and need statement. Now I'll pause. I have a question.
Ms. Baker.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Ms. Marinan. I'm sorry to interrupt. Can you please repeat the rationale for this suggested change? I just really wasn't following it.
Sure, through the chair, Ms. Baker. The recommendation for this language change in the purpose and need statement highlights that this purpose and need was developed prior to seeing this version of the analysis. And it's true that this version of the analysis looks similar to your analysis from Amendment 52 and references back to a lot of that context. But because the council hasn't received public testimony on this iteration of the analysis and this set of consideration of actions, that the recommended language would better reflect the process that the council is still considering the benefits and costs based off of the new analysis and input that you may receive at this meeting. So the recommendation was that to ensure compliance with the Administrative Procedures Act, that this language be modified to reflect that process.
Thank you.
And if there's no other questions, I'll keep going.
I'm not seeing any. Thank you.
So as I mentioned, just two alternatives here. Alternative 1, no action, would retain the EDR requirements. Alternative 2 would remove the EDR requirements. So the regulatory language would be removed, and the CRAB and the BSAI Groundfish FMP would be amended to remove the language for EDRs if Alternative 2 was adopted. Oh, and I would also mention that if the council wished to consider removing just 1 or 2 EDR, you can do that, but you would need to refine your alternative set based off of the way that they're defined in this analysis. Okay, so here's some background on the alternatives. Oh, back up.
Thank you, Ms. Kimball.
Thank you. Thanks, Ms. Marinan. I just wanted, based on the history slides and then this slide, we only have a no action alternative and then an alternative to remove. And so is there anything else you can provide based on our previous process to look at modifying the EDRs? It seems like we had a workshop, we had the social science plan team, we had a lot of years of working toward modifications. And I didn't see in your presentation or in Ms. Warpinski's presentation what the result of that was. Did we have some sort of recommendations from any of those groups on how to modify, or did we just not get that far?
Through the chair, Ms. Kimball, get all my words mixed up. This analysis didn't consider modifications to the EDRs. It's true that there's been a long history and about consideration of modifications. And as I mentioned, that included some non-regulatory modifications. There are certain things prescribed in regulations, and then there's other things that could just be done with direction from the council. But those things were not considered in this action. It was really narrowly focused around keeping the EDRs or removing them. Okay, moving on to some background, a summary on the EDRs. So the three that we have are very different from each other. They were designed around their own unique purpose and need statements. So the CRAB EDR was designed to provide information to study the impacts of the CRAB rationalization program and to analyze the economic and social impacts of future amendments on industry, regions, and localities. The information is intended to aid in evaluating whether the program has achieved the goals of the problem statement, problem statement of the crab program, such as equity between the harvesting and processing sectors and to monitor the economic stability for harvesters, processors, and coastal communities. And as I mentioned, this was the first EDR. It was implemented in 2005, and the data are presented for the public through the Crab Economic Safe each year. Here are some summary statistics for the crab data collection. I'll get into more on where these numbers come from, but in recent years, there's been 77 respondents and an estimate of 19 hours to complete per respondent. And I'll talk about the costs more. The Amendment 80 program EDR was designed by the council to understand the effects of Amendment 80 and to assess whether Amendment 80 addresses some of the goals in the problem statement for that program, including mitigating the costs associated with bycatch reduction. These results are also tabulated and incorporated into a chapter of the Groundfish Economic Safe each year. And here are some summary statistics for the Amendment 80 EDR. 22 respondents annually and about 20 hours per respondent. The Amendment 91 Chinook EDR was implemented following the adoption of Amendment 91 and the Chinook salmon bycatch measures. This series of data collections is intended to evaluate the effectiveness of the incentive plan agreements, the hard caps, and performance standards, as well as how these measures affect avoidance behaviors. These data have previously been presented in the Groundfish Economic Safe. There was a robust synthesis of them in 2017, and then high-level summaries in 2018 and 2019. Most recently, this information has been used more on an ad hoc basis by analysts and not incorporated into the SAFE. There's three components of this EDR. There's a fuel cost survey, a skipper survey, and a compensated transfer report. That the last report there is meant to capture the value of Chinook PSC transfers. And the industry's been clear that Chinook PSC doesn't transfer in this way with a dollar value exchange. And so although these forms have been submitted, and I misspoke in the AP on that, they have been submitted annually, but no transfers have ever been reported in the CTR forms that have been submitted. And here are the summary stats for Amendment 91. And I'll pause for a question.
Thank you, Ms. Goen.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Ms. Marinan, for the presentation. Are there other ways to get that transfer information?
Through the chair, Ms. Goen, the IPA reports provide pretty detailed information about paired transfers that happen and other types of transfers. It's my understanding that more often when Chinook PSC is transferred from vessel to vessel, it goes along with pollock transfers. And so that information, the IPA reports doesn't demonstrate any compensation that's transferred along with it, but that report does include tables on transfers that take place.
Okay, but it's just missing the dollar value.
Through the
Thanks.
chair, yes, Ms. Goen. And it's been noted by industry that there isn't always a clear dollar value that is exchanged. And I'm sure that the co-op managers and the IPA managers could speak more to this, but sometimes I think like a vessel may trade with another vessel A to be pollock and the Chinook goes with it, or so those kinds of transfers and may be more complex than just a dollar value that exchanges from vessel to vessel. But the terms of whatever that arrangement looks like is not captured in the IPAs. And it's my understanding that it's not just simply dollar to dollar always.
Thank you.
Okay, moving on. So there is some information in the analysis on EDR program management and costs. So this is table 4 in the analysis. This is Pacific States Marine Fishery Commission, which handles the majority of the EDR submissions and data with oversight from the Science Center. And this is costs associated with each of those programs throughout the years. And I will note too, this table on the slide includes a correction from what's in the paper. The highlighted numbers in the paper had included GOA trawl costs, which are removed from this version that you see on the slide. So the administration of EDR program has cost approximately, looking at the last 3-year average, approximately $300,000 per year. So.
Thank you, Ms. Kimball.
Thank you, Ms. Marinan. I missed that again. I was looking at the last 3 years and seeing increases, even though I thought I was looking at that even though Gulf EDR had been excluded. I guess can you maybe respond to that, why we see increases even though we'd taken out a full program?
Through the chair, Ms. Kimball, this is where I wish I could phone a friend. I'm not
Okay.
sure all of the things contributing to each of those costs. Yeah, I'm sorry,
Okay.
I can't speak to that. It doesn't include GOA trawl though, so that, yeah, shouldn't influence the trends.
Okay, so still the same question on why the increases, but thanks.
Okay. So Pacific States Marine Fishery costs are, it's my understanding they're covered by a combination of cost recovery and grant funding, for example, through the Office of Science and Technology, NIMS headquarters. So this is a table 6 in the analysis that shows the costs received from OST throughout the year. And then another type of cost that's talked about in the analysis is reporting burden. The reporting burden must be estimated for any voluntary or mandatory federal data collection, asking 10 or more people the same question. This is part of the Paperwork Reduction Act requirements. So each data collection needs to get approved by the Office of Management and Budget because of the Paperwork Reduction Act. And there's a burden cost that needs to be associated with that. And then every 3 years, the agency has to renew that data collection cycle. So that provides an opportunity for public comment on estimated burden. And so, for instance, I know for crab, the estimated burden has been revised based off of comments received in the past on annual burden hours. So what's being used in this analysis is what's been used for Paperwork Reduction Act compliance over the years. So as a way to estimate the total costs and what might be eliminated if the reports are removed, the analysis adds a 3-year average administrative costs and a 3-year average reporting burden costs together. The slide is caveating that these numbers are coming from a different year set. So administrative costs are based off of a 3-year nominal average from 2022 to 2024. And the PRA burden estimate is based off of 3-year average from 2020 to 2022. But adding together the administrative costs and the burden costs, the total annual cost to industry is approximately $400,000 across the 3 programs. So here are some use and examples of EDR data. The first example is for crab rationalization program, and you saw this yesterday, this example, but this one was pulled from the recent analysis on crab crew shares. So this was from December 2023. for this 2023 analysis, as for the one you saw yesterday on crew shares, it included this table, which shows crew positions in the crab harvesting sector. These aren't EDR data. You can get crew positions from e-landings, and I believe we were able to pull this from the Crab Economic Safe. And so just using non-EDR data, using e-landings, you can see some trends from the crab program. Particularly, this only goes through 2021, but you can see declines in crew positions in those later years. And this is one way to understand opportunities in the crab fisheries. And this figure, which was also included in the Sea Share action that you saw yesterday and also in the previous Sea Share action, does use EDR data. And this is directly from the Crab Economic Safe, and there's a table that goes along with it. And so the previous table was crew positions. This shows crew numbers of crew, so people employed. And so in this example, in the Sea Share actions, both the one you saw yesterday and the previous one of the relevant questions is how many people may be eligible to buy sea shares, and that would be people who have participated in the last year in the crab program. So if you look at crew positions, I think it was 634 positions in 2021. If you look at count of crew members, and as I mentioned, there's a table that goes along with it, it showed 511 people who participated in 2021. And that is because some vessels participate in multiple crab fisheries. So EDR data provides a more precise way to understand participation in the fishery for that particular question. EDR data also shows some other dimensions of the crew information, including connecting it with communities. Without EDRs, we pretty much just exclusively rely on vessel owner communities and port of landings, quota shareholder communities. Those are the kinds of community connections that we present in analyses. So this is some other dimensions of information you can get from EDR data. And I have a question.
Thank you, Ms. Cohen.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Ms. Marinan. This is a helpful example to see the distinction between what data is available elsewhere versus what we get exclusively from the EDR. So if I'm understanding right, it's another layer of detail, particularly around crew income and community. But I'm wondering if the community of residents can be gotten from like CFEC data for crew. Is there another way to get that community aspect for crew? And then I have a second question after that.
Through the chair, Ms. Bowen, I think we can source community information from CFEC, but not link it to the fishery. I think there is an issue with that where we haven't been able to use it in that way. And so we often don't incorporate it into analyses because of that.
Helpful, thanks. And thinking again to the Sea Shares action we just took, I'm trying to think of how we used the either income or community in that action. I mean, we definitely need to understand crew counts and numbers of people, but can you speak to how we used community or income in that action?
Through the chair, Ms. Goen, yeah, I think that's a fair question. A lot of the places where EDR information pops up in council analyses is really contextual background information. And I think that's highlighted in the paper is that where decision points hinge might not have a nexus with EDR data, or maybe they do. It depends on where the analytical focus is of an issue. In this case, I think in both of the Sea Share actions that you've recently considered, it provides context so you can understand what communities might be affected. We might think about community information with crew as like what we would call induced impacts. So if crew have an opportunity to continue to participate or earn money from the crab fisheries, these are the communities where they might be spending money. But I think it generally isn't what you might hinge a decision point around. It's just additional context to understand the dynamics of the fishery and who might be what people and communities might be affected by it.
Thank you for tackling that question. It's one I've been grappling with, so I appreciate your response. Thanks.
Okay, moving on to another example. This is Amendment 80 Program EDR. And the example here is an excerpt from the recent Alaska Seafood Snapshot Report, which was prepared by the Alaska Fisheries Science Center. So it's my understanding that the Amendment 80 EDR data helped to inform this report, including some of the figures and information that was included. So the Amendment 80 cost data helped to inform the cost index and ex-vessel operating margin index in that widely cited Alaska Seafood Snapshot Report. The Amendment 91 example comes from the initial review draft for the preliminary DEIS for Bering Sea chum salmon bycatch management action that you saw in April 2024. So for this analysis, there was a lot of discussion around operational costs and how they may change with additional bycatch management measures. So for context, again, maybe not hinging the decision point around this, but for context and background information, fuel data, fuel use, and cost was provided in the analysis. This is one of the larger variable operating cost components for this fishery. And in addition, we used the skipper survey for context as we were working through some of the considerations about operational cost and referenced those skipper surveys a few times in the paper. So here's just a summary of those and other analyses or program reviews that council staff have used EDR data in recently. The Alaska Fisheries Science Center Economics and Social Science Research Program has produced a number of public-facing reports, published literature, data tools that have relied on EDR data. Many of these products can be found in the Human Dimensions Data Explorer on their website. So that includes the economic safe documents, which I've referenced, which are kind of an almanac of economic information. ASEPO, the annual community engagement and participation overview, incorporates some EDR data. And then on the Human Dimensions Data Explorer, there's also access to the multi-regional social accounting matrix web application. And some of you may be familiar with that work. That's a tool that's been produced with the Science Center, between the Science Center and the regional office, to help understand economic impacts across Alaska regions. And so the analysis also includes a list of recent journal articles published and reports that have relied on EDR data. There's been ad hoc projects at the Science Center, like the Alaska Seafood Snapshot Report, the Multi-Regional Social Accounting Matrix Modeling, there's been other specific research projects using that work. There's been some recent bioeconomic models for crab and cod, and literature on distributional outcomes of rights-based management that's used EDR data. The SSC didn't review this analysis, but it's been very engaged in past efforts for EDRs and other social and economic data collections. There's a section of the paper that has summarized their reports related to Amendment 52 and also the crew data collection. So in general, the SSC finds that EDRs are generally critical, irreplaceable socioeconomic data that help meet national standards while also acknowledging industry sees them as burdens without clear goals. The SSC has not recommended to remove EDRs and would prefer the council take a more holistic approach to streamline EDRs and make them more useful in meeting scientific and regulatory needs and mandates. Okay, so moving into impacts of the two alternatives. Alternative 1 is status quo regulations. No changes in costs or benefits expected relative to status quo. EDRs would continue to be required to be submitted. So on the cost side, industry would continue to incur the reporting burden. There would continue to be direct management costs for administering these data collections, which may be covered through OST or other grant funding in variable amounts, the majority of which are billed through cost recovery. And that was estimated to be about $300,000 a year across the 3 programs. In table 5, you can see EDR costs versus the value of the fishery. And so, for example, in the crab fishery, given recent stock declines, you can see that that percentage has gone up in some of the later years. So under alternative 1, these time series data would continue, intending to address each of the EDR's purpose and need statement. They would likely continue to be available through public-facing documents like the economic SAFE, used routinely in program reviews, the multi-regional social accounting matrix, the SEPO, and used on an ad hoc basis in council analyses and other types of NIMP Science Center reports and modeling efforts that rely on these data. Alternative 2, the implications of alternative 2 is really the opposite of what's explained under alternative 1. So the benefit of alternative 2 would be the direct cost savings for current respondents, the elimination of the costs that were previously explained. Here is a summary of them again. So the reporting burden costs, the direct costs for management and administration of the programs, and summed together, that's approximately $400,000 annually.
Yeah, Ms. Kimball has a question.
Thank you, Ms. Marinan. I guess you've mentioned this a few times that, you know, the total cost, but it seems like the majority of costs to industry subject to EDRs is in the cost recovery piece. So not the burden of filling out the information, but the agency charging the industry for collecting the information and then using the information. I guess, do you have any other detail on what goes into cost recovery? I don't have those reports right at hand, but it's such a large proportion of the total that I'm curious what kind of costs are attributed to the cost recovery portion. Are those just fixed costs with logging in EDR data? Is that automated? Is it more staff time? I just don't understand why that would be such a high proportion.
Through the chair, Ms. Kimball, I'm definitely not an expert on this part, but I do have some notes from the Science Center. I've never seen those costs broken down as to which component of management they're addressing. But I know the costs have ebbed and flowed over time, depending on if a program when programs are being implemented, there are costs associated with developing the software to support the database. There's some notes here from the Science Center that says there were costs incurred to develop the data validation. So under Amendment 52, we removed the third-part auditing. So now PAC States is taking on some of that internal auditing responsibility. So I think there could have been some additional costs going in to support that. There's costs associated with processing EDR data for inclusion in and production of the SAFE reports in a SEPO. There are some costs that are incremental for specific EDRs, and then there's some costs that are attributable to the EDR program infrastructure in general. So like managing the database and as the EDRs come in. Yeah, I don't have a more specific breakdown of the types of costs, but I can cruise notes and maybe get back to you later in this presentation if I can understand some more of the specific types of incremental costs that are covered in that number.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Vernon.
Okay, Madam Chair, I'll continue. So this is a summary of the costs again, just broken down by program, burden, reporting burden, administrative costs, and then per respondent on the right-hand side. On the costs side of alternative two, the cost side is the loss of the time series data. So the reporting costs and the administrative costs are direct to the respondents, but the way that the data may provide utility is likely at a different scope. So it may not be direct to the people who fill out the forms, but incurred by others. So this section looks at impacts to National Marine Fisheries Service, the council, and the public. Utility that may be generated from these data is much more nuanced and harder to quantify than the cost side of the picture. It's difficult to predict what our future analytical questions may be. Under alternative two, we wouldn't have these data for context and amendment analyses, program reviews to support the multi-regional social accounting matrix or other future work. A lot of what EDRs provide is unique and present in what it presents or in how it can be combined with other sources. But if it's unavailable, analysts will rely on other data sources or find other methods to compile the best available information to answer the analytical questions that we have. So the analysis highlights, for instance, in lieu of EDR data, analysts or regional office staff or science center staff may need to rely more on voluntary data collections. These can be more expensive and may not provide a complete picture compared to consistent EDR data that provides a fleet level consensus values.
Yes, looks like we have a couple questions. Ms. Baker, then Ms. Bowen.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Ms. Marinan. I do have a question about the statement on the slide here that without EDRs, it's more difficult to get a clear picture of fleet-wide profitability. And I have to just, I guess, be honest about my lack of understanding of that, because I cannot remember a situation in this council process where staff have ever been able to say anything about profitability. As a matter of fact, that is a consistent statement about our analyses. We have revenue data, we do not have cost data, and therefore it is not possible to draw any conclusions about profitability. Am I wrong about that? Are there instances where EDR data have enabled us to do that in our council process and used in management actions?
Through the chair, Ms. Baker, so the Amendment 80 EDR in particular provides a pretty comprehensive account of operational costs in that fishery. So that is the crab EDR also provides several big cost categories, and those, it's my understanding that those that information is pretty unique to EDRs. It's the one place where we have those operational cost information, and within the economic safe, they do provide information based off of the costs that are provided, a picture of operating margins. I think that those have maybe been used in like program reviews in the past. They may have been cited in analyses, I'm not sure. But in general, again, that would be kind of contextual background information to understand for those fisheries, with the cost information that we do have from EDRs, how the margins for these fisheries have trended over years. It isn't something in an amendment analysis where, I mean, this is always kind of the real challenges when we're thinking about an action the council's taking. We still don't have the ability to say, this is how we expect that operating margin to change, because like, you know, any type of bycatch avoidance measures that the council's considering are probably going to have an impact on operating costs, but in an unknown way. And so that's where it's difficult to predict the magnitude and how that might impact what we do have for baseline information. But EDRs does provide baseline operating cost information for those two fisheries and fuel cost for the AFA fishery. And that information has been presented in the economic safes in the past. So that is a level of context that we can cite in analyses or background for an understanding of the fishery.
Thank you.
Thank you, and Ms. Goen.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And my question's more on comparing the EDRs between the three fisheries where they're collected. And my understanding, it's difficult to even compare, say, operational costs between the three. Am I understanding that correctly? Trying to understand the utility of inter-sector comparisons.
Yeah, through the chair, Ms. Goen, they are very different. I would say the Amendment 80 EDR is the most robust in the operational cost data that it collects, followed by crab, and then the Amendment 91 is just fuel costs. So it would be difficult to compare across. And that has been highlighted in some of our past discussions and workshops about one of the limitations of EDRs is the lack of consistency across programs. I mean, I guess I would say for purposes of crab, for example, in this process, there's not that often where we're comparing it across other fisheries. Usually we're just doing a crab action. So some of the crab EDR data has been able to be incorporated into analyses for that reason. The ability to compare across fisheries becomes more important or useful when you're looking at a Alaska level or a national level, or also if you're taking a management action that does cross multiple fleets. Like at the beginning of AVM, it wasn't just considered the Amendment 80 fishery, there were other sectors that were involved. So at that stage, at the beginning of AVM, we had a very disproportionate amount of information about Amendment 80, and we didn't have the same level of detail about the other fisheries. And that was a challenge at the time.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Marion.
Okay, Madam Chair, we are winding down. I think covered this one. So just net benefits to the nation. As described, the benefits in terms of cost savings of alternative 2 are quantified in the analysis, but the costs in terms of loss of data are not quantified, but discussed qualitatively here in this analysis. And so just to conclude, the executive summary has this summary table, which highlights for alternative 2 kind of the trade-offs between cost savings and reduction of information at a really broad level. And with that, I'm happy to take questions. Madam Chair, I can also highlight that I will scan the notes that I have here to see if I can respond more comprehensively to Ms. Kimball's question about some of the types of incremental costs that are coming in that PAC states number. And perhaps after testimony, I could circle back with a better answer to that. I do have a lot of notes. Maybe I can glean something.
Great, thank you, Ms. Vernon. I appreciate that. Are there any other questions at this point? Yes, Ms. Kimball.
Thank you. Thanks, Ms. Marion. And I guess my only other question was that it seemed like there was somewhat light treatment of alternative data collection methods and pretty kind of put in a negative light about other options to either use existing data or to do a voluntary data collection. And I feel like one of the, just to be frank, one of the fundamental issues here is, are these data being used in the council process, or is it worth the cost that everyone incurs? And I guess I was surprised not to see something in the analysis about at least the advantage or ability of a short-term or voluntary or a survey or using existing data, because we already collect a ton of data to answer specific questions that are coming up in council actions. And I don't know if that was just an oversight in the analysis or not, but really some advantage to being able to tailor that kind of a data collection tool to something that is really pertinent to council decision making. Without going on too long, I think we all know that everyone is using a lot of fuel, either to find directed species or to avoid incidental species. And I don't think establishing that for 20 years makes any difference in anything that we're doing at this council. We know that that's a consequence of fishing and avoiding incidental catch. So I'm trying to find out why we didn't really explore kind of the advantages of being able to tailor those kinds of questions to things that are really of issue at the council now, that we're not already getting from an existing data source. And maybe you don't have a response to that because it's really not your presentation, but if there was a reasoning for that you know of, it'd be great to hear.
Through the chair, Ms. Kimball, I think the analysis was really focused on the alternative set as presented. I think there were some things described in the analysis about, if you move to a voluntary survey, here's the trade-offs there. I think other options could be explored, but what you're describing also, I think it would benefit from a clear, from the council highlighting what are those analytical questions that you're trying to get at. And then the NIM staff, Science Center, council staff could work on the best alternative method to get that information. Right now we have 3 purpose and need statements, and we've talked a lot through this analysis, but through other iterations of this. Are these still the purpose and need statements that the council is after? Or does the IPA cover what the purpose of the Amendment 91 ER is supposed to do? So I think one thing that would benefit to going down that path to thinking about alternative data collection methods is a confirmation of, are these 3 things really what the council is trying to capture? Are those purpose and need statements, should they be more specific around a specific question you're looking for? Should they be broader because you want to capture more general trends? I think that the EDRs, as they've been developed, the mandatory census data collection provides consistent time series data, and there are some real advantages to that when you're looking over time and you don't know what your analytical questions are going to be in the future. But if you do kind of have a sense of what your analytical questions are going to be, and you could focus a different type of data collection around that. I don't know if that's a satisfactory answer, but the analysis is really focused just around keeping the data collections or not. There's just some brief discussion about some of the trade-offs if you move to a different type, but also I think it really depends on if we're still focused around the same purpose and need statement or not.
Thanks.
Thank you. Any other questions? Okay, seeing none, I think we're ready to go in our AP report. And just flagging for members of the public wishing to testify on C6, please do sign up before the end of the AP report.
Hello, Madam Chair. This is Heather Mann, co-vice chair of the AP, and I will be delivering our motion on C6. The advisory panel recommends that the council retain their original purpose and need statement. We also recommend the council take final action at this meeting by selecting alternative 2, which eliminates the EDR programs for Bering Sea, Aleutian Island Crab Rationalization Program, the Amendment 80 program, and the American Fisheries Act program. That motion passed 20-0, and you can see the rationale in your report. I'll also note there was a second motion which failed. That motion is listed in your report, as well as the rationale for and against. And I would be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Ms. Mann. I'll see if there are any questions on the AP report. Yes, Ms. Goen.
Thanks, Ms. Mann, for your report. I'm curious if you can elaborate a little bit more on the motion that failed. I was listening in to the AP at the time. I thought it was an interesting concept, and I noted it was a very narrow margin failing. So I'm wondering if you can just elaborate a little bit more on that failed motion.
Sure. Through the chair, Ms. Goen, thanks for the question. There was a robust discussion around the failed motion. The motion essentially was to task the social sciences team with considering how to create a holistic approach, which is responsive to what the SSC has asked for throughout the years, that could be used. I think there were several, I know there were several AP members that value the information collected through EDRs, but also understood that the way that information was being collected, and even in some cases, the information being collected was not being applied or used in the way it was intended to be. So the reasons given for why the motion didn't pass had more to do with the fact that previously the council has undergone some activities to try to create a holistic approach. I don't have all of those in front of me, but my understanding is they did not result in adequate processes that could be moved forward. And with limited resources at this time, it didn't seem appropriate to be tasking NIMS and others with these additional tasks without understanding what had been done previously and what didn't work. But, you know, many people on the AP felt that a holistic approach where we're collecting this important information could be considered, and they wanted to keep the conversation going, if that makes sense.
Helpful to hear that context. Thanks.
Yeah.
Thank you, and Mr. Williams.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Ms. Mann, for your report. We talked some leading up to your report about the alternative ways to gather the data, voluntary surveys and things of that nature. Was there much discussion at the AP or examples of the alternative ways to gather this information? I mean, are there any examples that were used of the alternative that has worked or that were acceptable to the industry rather than through EDR?
Through the chair, Mr. Williams, thank you for that question. We did have a lot of conversation around that, and partly that was due to public comment where examples had been provided of where that information could be collected or was already being collected. So for example, and I think Sarah mentioned this in her presentation, but looking at salmon transfer, PSC transfer, and the AFA fishery, all that information is available on the annual co-op report. So there are places where this information is being collected. The one thing I think that we spent some time talking about that we haven't really discussed here today is collecting information on a case by case basis when you have an actual decision in front of you and identifying the questions that need to be answered and then going to that impacted fleet or community to get that response, kind of like analysts do now to some degree when they're analyzing certain alternatives and decisions. And so I think we identified places where information's already been collected, so it's redundant, or agreed that there could be ways to go on a case-by-case basis and voluntarily collect information that's really tailored to the decision being made versus collecting this set of information that maybe has nothing to do really with the decision being made, if that makes sense. And there were several examples, and I think we have a couple in the rationale, but I'm sure you'll hear some more of that in public comment as well.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any further questions on the AP report? Okay. Seeing none, thank you very much, Ms. Mann.
Thank you.
Okay, it looks like we have 6 people signed up. Let's take our mid-morning break before we take public testimony. So we'll come back at 9:50 and resume C6 with public testimony. Thank you. Welcome back, everyone. So we are reconvening, beginning our public testimony on C6. We have 6 members of the public signed up to testify, beginning with Chris Woodley, followed by Heather Mann.
Yeah, good morning, Madam Chair. Do you read me okay?
Yes, good morning.
Good morning. Okay. So good morning, Madam Chair, members of the council. My name is Chris Woodley, and I am the Executive Director of Groundfish Forum. Groundfish Forum represents the 5 member companies who own and operate 14 trawl catcher processor vessels that fish for various flatfish, Atka mackerel, Pacific Ocean perch, and Pacific cod in the federal fisheries off Alaska. Thank you for the opportunity to testify on economic data reports. We also submitted written comment on this item. Groundfish Forum strongly supports Alternative 2, which would eliminate EDRs. We believe the analysis is sufficient for the council to take final action at this meeting. And while I'll focus my comment on the Amendment 80 EDR, we do support eliminating EDR requirements for the Bering Sea Aleutian Island crab and American Fisheries Act pollock sector. If the council chooses to eliminate the EDR requirement, we request that NIMS not seek approval to extend the collection of information requests for these EDRs, as there is no point for the agency to go through the motions of this Paperwork Reduction Act exercise if the EDRs are going to be eliminated. So diving in here, my first point is that EDRs are not essential to manage today's Amendment 80 fishery. The Amendment 80 EDR was created in 2008 to evaluate the newly created Amendment 80 catch share program with a particular focus on costs associated with bycatch reduction measures. That evaluation is long since complete. The council conducted 2 full reviews of the Amendment 80 program, most recently in 2025, and has been able to fully assess program success without meaningfully relying upon the EDR data. To be certain, EDRs do collect a significant amount of cost data on the Amendment 80 sector, but in terms of day-to-day fishery management, EDRs are not used to carry out critical management functions. The functions of setting quotas, allocating TAC, establishing PSC limits, or enforcing conservation rules depend on wholly different data sets, such as stock assessment surveys, observer data, and real-time catch accounting. In the instances when additional economic information is needed, it can be drawn from numerous existing sources such as cooperative reports, Department of Commerce trade data, observer data, e-landings, and many others. Continuing data collection that is not necessary for core management functions runs contrary to the purpose and need statement of this action. EDRs also impose high costs for submitting companies in the agency. While NOAA estimates each annual Amendment 80 report takes 20 hours for our companies or per vessel, our members' experience show the real figure is closer to 40 hours. Collecting EDR data requires year-round tracking systems and dedicated time by multiple staff members. I would further note that company staff costs are underestimated as previous input had been only based on lower level staff who collect the data and did not take into account the need for review and coordination by regulatory affair managers and company financial officers. Agency costs are also very high. After several years of hovering around $90,000 a year, in 2024, EDR costs jumped by nearly 30% to $126,000. When additional Alaska Fisheries Science Center review costs are factored in, total annual cost recovery for our sector easily range from $215,000 to $375,000. These financial resources would be better utilized focusing on higher priority needs and not collecting data which provides little management benefit. One of the most fundamental problems with EDRs is one of comparability. Of the 8 limited access privilege programs under this council, only 3 are saddled with EDR requirements and 5 others are not. While the analysis suggests that without EDR data, NOAA's ability to assess the impacts of their fishery management decisions would be diminished, I would note NOAA and the council are managing the 5 non-EDR lap fisheries every day without EDRs. And among the 3 EDR programs, the reporting requirements vary wildly, undermining comparability and utility of the data. I I would also point out that the council has moved away from EDRs in recent years by not requiring an EDR for the Pacific Cod Trawl Cooperative and eliminating the Gulf of Alaska Trawl EDR in 2023. It's fair to say the EDRs across Alaska fisheries are patchwork at best, and to impose them only on a minority of LAP programs unfairly burdens a small group of participants while exempting others in similar or larger fisheries. Lastly, Executive Order 14276 directs agencies and councils to reduce unnecessary regulatory burdens that constrain domestic seafood production. The EDR program is exactly the kind of data collection for the sake of data collection program that the order seeks to eliminate. So in conclusion, for nearly 2 decades, the Amendment 80 fleet has complied with the EDRs in good faith, but it is clear EDRs impose substantial costs and now without practical utility and are applied inconsistently and inequitably. Eliminating EDRs will restore fairness, bring consistency across programs within the council purview, and align with the national policy to strengthen American fisheries. Thank you for considering our request to support Alternative 2 and eliminate the EDR requirements, and I'd be glad to answer any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Woodley. Let's see if there are any questions. Seeing none, thank you for your testimony.
All right, thank you.
Heather Mann is next, followed by Andrea Pekula and Susie Zagorski.
Thank you, Madam Chair, council members. For the record, my name is Heather Mann. I'm the Executive Director of the Midwater Trawlers Cooperative. My vessels fish in fisheries in the Bering Sea as well as the Gulf. I want to lend MTC support to the AP motion. And I just have a few points to make. Agree with everything that previous testifier, Mr. Woodley, said. I do think we want to retain the original purpose and need that the council adopted versus the new suggested purpose and need from the agency. My concern with the change is that the agency is limiting the purpose and need to be responsive to cost recovery or large costs when the original statement identified several problems with the EDRs, and that just becomes eliminated, and I don't think that's appropriate. Just like Chris said, I don't believe that EDRs are imperative for managing fisheries. He mentioned that there's 5 laps that don't have them that we manage every day. There's also fisheries that aren't rationalized that don't have EDRs, and we're managing those fisheries every day. So I don't think they're critical to managing fisheries. And I also am not compelled that the information is used for management. This became really clear to me in the AP when we had the presentation on this agenda item. At that time, we still had the benefit of federal employees participating. And one thing that was clear and said multiple times was that the information needed, the economic information needed to answer certain questions wasn't available for the Amendment 80 fleet. And Amendment 80 is currently completing a very comprehensive EDR. So there's a disconnect there with the information that's being collected through the EDR and what was needed to answer some of the questions on the MRA discussion. So I think I'll just end with suggesting there are several other places that information can be collected. We have the Commercial Fishery Entry Commission from the state of Alaska. We have e-landings. We have data that's required to be provided to the U.S. Coast Guard. We have lots of information in the annual co-op reports. And I really like the idea of targeted outreach when an analytical decision needs to be considered and made so that we're talking to the people that are directly impacted and they're providing timely information that is narrowly focused on the question at hand versus just collecting information randomly that may or may not be used from year to year. So I'd be happy to answer any questions. Madam Chair, thanks for the opportunity to comment.
Thank you for your testimony. Are there questions for Ms. Mann? Yes, Ms. Goen.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Ms. Mann, for your testimony. My question's on the finer point you made around the purpose and need. and I'm looking at NIM's suggested language, and they do speak to the continuing need for the EDRs, which picks up what was in the earlier purpose and need about inconsistent application and the lack of clear management need. But you mentioned that their suggested language only spoke to the value. So I'm just wondering if you can clarify that.
Through the chair, Ms. Goen, thanks for the question. The original purpose and need, I like the way that it spelled out the different concerns that have been raised. With the new NIMS proposal, while it sort of mentions whether they're appropriate or not, it doesn't really get to the heart of what the problems are. And to be completely frank, it seems more like a CYA kind of a statement versus actually admitting to the problems that have been with the EDRs. I'm not really sure how else to say that. I mean, it's not really just about the cost. There's a lot more to it. And just saying we'll decide whether or not they're important to a fishery, to fisheries management, I think eliminates the spotlight on what the real problems are.
Thanks.
Thank you. And Ms. Kimball.
Thank you. Thank you for your testimony, Ms. Mann. Because you're in the Pollock catcher vessel fleet, fuel cost survey aside, in your view, is there any information in the vessel master survey that's part of this EDR, any information covered there that isn't already addressed in either the Pollock cooperative reports that are done annually or the incentive plan reports that are required as part of our bycatch avoidance program?
Through the chair, Ms. Kimball, it's my understanding that the answer is no, there's nothing collected that isn't available someplace else. In fact, it's redundant, and I think we'll hear more about that in public comment. And I would actually say the information that is available in the co-op reports and the ICAs is more informative than what is collected through the EDR.
Thanks.
Thank you. Any further questions? I'm not seeing any, so we'll move to Andrea Kikala and Susie Zagorski, followed by Linda Bankin.
Good morning, Madam Chair and council members. My name is Andrea Kikala. I'm the Executive Director of the United Catcher Boats, and with me today is Susie Zagorski, the AFA Catcher Vessel Inter-Co-op Manager and IPA Manager for UCB. We represent catcher vessels operating in the AFA Pollock fishery under Amendment 91. Thank you for the opportunity to testify on the action before you, EDR removals. UCB supports Alternative 2, which would remove the current economic data reports requirements for the 3 limited access privilege programs, including our sector, the AFA Pollock fisheries under Amendment 91. We encourage the council to take final action at this meeting. Members of our fleet have participated in the Amendment 91 EDR program since its inception. Over time, the practical value of the data collected, particularly through the fuel use and skipper surveys, has become increasingly limited. In many cases, these reporting tools either duplicate information collected through other means or do not meaningfully contribute to management outcomes. These reporting requirements add to administrative burden and cost of doing business to an already complex operating environment. This is especially relevant for small businesses and catcher vessels that are managing strict delivery timelines, regulatory compliance, and dynamic environmental conditions on the water. The Council's analysis acknowledges a significant annual cost to participants associated with preparing, submitting, and funding the administration of these reports. For our fleet, these operational costs are increasingly difficult to justify, especially when the data is infrequently used in Council analysis. We believe there are more efficient and targeted ways to collect economic information when it is needed, without maintaining a standing annual reporting program that applies only to select sectors. It is important to note that EDRs do not apply uniformly across all fisheries. This uneven application reduces their utility for comparative analysis and raises questions of fairness and regulatory burden. Removing the EDR would help align the regulatory landscape across sectors. This action is also consistent with the intent of Executive Order 14276, which directs agencies and councils to reduce unnecessary burdens on domestic seafood producers while maintaining sustainability and accountability. We are not advocating for the absence of economic data. Rather, we support moving away from a rigid annual EDR programs towards a more flexible, purpose-driven tools like targeted surveys and collaborative outreach, and look forward to partnering on effective, practical data collection. In closing, UCB supports Alternative 2 and encourages the Council to move forward with final action at this meeting. We want to thank the advisory panel for its unanimous support of Alternative 2, and for clearly articulating the need to remove the current EDR program across the BSAI Crab Rationalization, Amendment 80, and American Fisheries Act programs. Their rationale reflects what we've heard broadly from industry. The AP's thoughtful deliberation and consensus underscores that eliminating EDR requirements is a pragmatic and well-supported step towards improved regulatory clarity, fairness, and efficiency across sectors. Thank you for your time and consideration, and we're happy to take questions.
Thank you for your testimony. Are there any questions? Yes, Ms. Baker.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for your testimony. I wanted to follow up on your comment that at least for your sector, you do recognize the value of economic data collection and are willing, to partner on data collection products going forward. I wonder if you have any thoughts about what that might look like. Is it maybe along the lines of what we heard earlier in public comment about focused data collection for specific issues, or more robust use of what's in the cooperative and IPA reports? Or can you just give me a sense of what you might think might be useful there?
Through the chair, and Ms. Baker, thank you for the question. We would be open to all ways of collaboration on this. The industry does pay itself for multiple economic development reports and partners with private research firms. And I believe we would be happy to continue that work and look for ways to partner with the agency. And with that, I'll pass it to Susie.
Thanks. Through the chair, and for the record, Susie Zagorski, UCB. Ms. Baker, yes, to continue on to what Andrea was saying, is that there's also, it's my understanding that there's also whole fishery-wide economic information collected from fish ticket information, and that comes out through ACFIN reports, and as well as the economic fish, or the independent fishery economic reports that Andrea was talking about. Currently, the polyp fishery has undergone 2 independent reports just in this last, that can be available for this last year on the GAP website. And so there is other information out there for the economic side of it, and for more of the activity side of the information that's being collected from EDRs. This information is well covered in other reports, such as the co-op and the IPA reports. And I think, we try to be really present at council meetings as well as plan team meetings, where some of that activity information is also portrayed and informed, or folks are informed of it. And I just also want to point out too that when you start looking and digging more into, say, like lease information, things like that economic data, any leases of pollock, that is proprietary information, given that it's leasing between private companies. And so that information would not be available, but also you're not really getting anything from the EDR in terms of the compensated report, because salmon, specifically Chinook transfers, have never been and never will be monetized. The monetization only comes in the form of the pollock that's associated with a transfer between members of a co-op. So I think any of that economic information that the council would be looking for future analyses would not be lost. In fact, it can be found in other reports and through other entities.
Any other questions? Thank you both for your testimony. And Linda Bankin is next, followed by Megan Williams.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Linda Benkin, Alaska Longline Fishermen's Association. We do not support eliminating EDRs. Whether or not you do today as part of your action under this agenda item, Alpha requests that the council reconvene an augmented or updated social science plan team with increased SSC economic expertise to develop recommendations for a more holistic approach to economic data reporting that includes all federally managed fisheries. To explain that recommendation, the analysis for this action establishes the importance of economic data, but also acknowledges inconsistent application. Although the companies in the EDR fisheries have called out that inconsistent application as an unfair burden, we would note that the two groundfish fisheries, pollock and A80, account for most of the removals from Alaska's fisheries and the majority of the impacts through bycatch to Alaska's coastal fishermen and fishing communities. The council could build a rationale for continuing this data collection on that basis alone, or the council could supplement existing EDR requirements with fleet-appropriate data collection from other federally managed fisheries. Either way, we do not support dropping EDRs, at least not without concurrently identifying a path forward to holistically gather socioeconomic data from federal fisheries under your jurisdiction. I would note that the SSC commented numerous times on their preference for developing a holistic approach that encompasses all fisheries and/or laps. To quote the SSC, they recommend a strong socioeconomic data program that supports science-based management in pursuit of the goals of National Standards 1 and 8 and in compliance with National Standard 2. End quote. Social and economic considerations are critical to defining OY and meeting council obligations relative to national standards. This is the information that decision makers, industry, and coastal residents use to demonstrate the need, hardship, burden, or benefit of management actions. Again, to quote the SSC, specific uses include community impact sections within SIAs, reports such as the ASEPOs and economic safe analyses, among others. The SSC also notes that this effort supports management in the face of changing environmental conditions and increasing variability. End quote. Again, this information is important. If it is more consistently collected, we believe it would be more consistently useful, and we believe that's also what you're hearing from your SSC. To quote the analysis for this action, the benefit of having a transparent and scientifically driven fisheries management process that utilized the best available scientific information, including economic and social information, at the regional and national level has long been demonstrated via the sustainability of our fisheries as provided by this well-informed management process. End quote. Here in Alaska, we regularly claim that the North Pacific fisheries are the best managed in the world, the gold standard. But I would point out that the SSC has also made clear that Alaska lags well behind, is eclipsed by, to use their words, socioeconomic data collection in other regions of our country. This is not leading edge stuff. This is data that is routinely collected in other parts of the country to inform fisheries management. Alaska hosts the biggest fisheries in the world and accounts for over half the seafood harvest off America. Surely we should have an economic data reporting system that is at least equal to that of other regions in our country. Again, regardless of your action on EDRs, we ask that you reconvene the social science plan team, augment as appropriate, and request the plan team develop a framework for holistic and targeted socioeconomic data collection. The reconfigured SSPT could identify data important to the council's decision-making process, review economic data collection methods in other regions, review existing sources of available data and note any access limitations, identify gaps, and advise on a holistic strategy to secure consistent and usable data. The council could then evaluate the trade-offs, industry burden, et cetera, against the power of the data to inform the council's decision-making. To again quote the document, economic data are an integral component from program evaluations, annual economic safe reports, the overall contributions of the fishing industry to the nation, and evaluating rapidly changing economic conditions in the North Pacific. Labs. Thank you. I'll stop there, but I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you for your testimony. Ms. Kimball has a question.
Thank you. Thank you for your testimony, Ms. Benkin. And I agree that the economic data are integral to understanding the fisheries, and that I think the question here is, are these the data that help us do that? And how do we get more consistency across sectors, which I think was part of your testimony. So this analysis really wasn't done in a vacuum. We got the history from in the presentation. And I think we've done what you've asked in the past in terms of trying to get a holistic view of both the gaps and others, other sectors we could include. So is your specific request to reconvene the social science plan team to re-engage in that already started process such that we get some finished product, or is it to have a new social science plan team with new questions and new data gaps identified? I just want to understand the specifics of the request.
The chair, through the chair, Ms. Kimball, I think what we see is an analysis that makes quite clear how important this data is. And while it's also identifies that the data is maybe not being used as comprehensively as it could be, that the reason for that is that we don't have a holistic, comprehensive data collection system across all fisheries. So the solution is not to get rid of the collection system we have. The solution is to improve that data collection so that we have consistent data from all the fisheries. I feel like the council's action is addressing the wrong problem or missing the opportunity to fix the right problem. And I hear in your question that, yes, you've tried to go down this avenue before of tasking the social science plan team. I understand that when they were tasked with this EDR review before, they were in the midst of another more comprehensive socioeconomic data gap analysis, and that this review of the EDRs didn't get the attention that was due. I believe there's an opportunity here and a real need to push forward to find the right solution to the right problem here, and that plan team with some more expertise from the SSC, particularly, I believe, economic expertise from some of the people around the SSC now, would get you across that finish line. And maybe they first need to provide you with a completed economic data gap analysis that they were working on and use that as the springboard for answering this more specific EDR question. That could be the way to go, but I believe you need to push through, not drop the data collection when this analysis, everything you're hearing from the SSC makes crystal clear how important that data collection is.
Yep.
Thank you, and Ms. Goen.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Ms. Benkin, for your testimony. You listed towards the end several items you thought the SSPT might be helpful picking up if it were reconvened. I got review existing data sources and ID gaps, review other parts of the country and what they're doing. And I heard your comment about the SSC noting other parts of the country are ahead of us in socioeconomic collection, but I missed the other items that you thought would be useful for SSPT to pick up. Could you repeat those?
Thank you through the chair, Ms. Goen. I think you got most of them. I think the main is to advise on a holistic strategy that secures consistent and usable data while noting that these fleets are different and that how you collect that data, whether you're working with individual vessels or companies or associations, might be the best avenue for securing the data that you need.
For that.
We have not seen any other questions. Thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
Go to Megan Williams, followed by Corey Lesher.
Hi, good morning. This is Megan Williams. Can you guys hear me?
Yes, good morning.
Good morning. My name is Megan Williams. I am a fisheries scientist with Ocean Conservancy, and we would like to express our concern over this action item and do not support removing economic data reporting, especially as it relates to the AFA program and the Amendment 91 Chinook Salmon EDR. We are concerned by the direction of some actions being taken at this meeting, reducing data collection and therefore ending the availability of long-term time series, reducing transparency, all of which is occurring in the context of a NMFS agency with reduced capacity. Less capacity at NMFS coupled with less accountability for fishing fleets raises serious red flags. I've heard a lot of comments at this meeting in the AP and here today at the council that one of the shortfalls of EDRs is the fact that they are limited to a few fleets, making comparisons difficult. However, creating yet another data gap would only serve to reduce informed decision-making in council actions. Also, I've heard that some of this information is available in other places, and I fully support avoiding redundancy. But I'll flag that voluntary reporting in one place and separate co-op and IPA reports in other places can be a really difficult thing to track and utilize for most stakeholders. So I think we are really just losing additional transparency. Looking at the costs and benefits, to me, the analysis shows this, shows this benefit and quantifiable cost savings that do represent a small proportion of the value of the impacted fisheries versus a laundry list of data loss issues. And like this is on page 33, some of which are really more difficult to quantify. And the analysis also really confirms that this information has been used in recent action items, including the CHUM EIS and some of this proposed data loss, including crew level data and fuel cost data, is not readily replaceable and could impact future action items on an array of topics. The SSC has been very clear on this issue, and I know a previous testifier spoke to this, but I'd really urge the council to carefully consider SSC recommendations going back in time. From 2019, the SSC concluded that the EDR program is essential to meeting the national standards. From 2023, the SSC strongly supports the collection of socioeconomic data to enable documenting performance for monitoring, program reviews, and as inputs for adaptive management in a dynamic natural environment. As stated today in the PowerPoint, the SSC has not recommended to remove EDRs and would like to see the council take a more holistic approach to streamline them and make them more useful. So instead of creating even more data gaps, we really support the SSC's recommendation to increase the uptake of this fleet economic data whenever possible. And I'll flag that the previous testifier stole a quote that I also was planning to use, so I'm not going to reread it, but this is about the benefits of having a transparent and scientifically driven fisheries management system. Requires the best available information, and socioeconomic data is part of that. So to close, and in my own words, this is a public resource. The data should be available to the public. And if the council does elect to remove EDRs, it's essential that new steps are taken at this meeting to develop an improved economic data collection framework that covers potentially more fleets. This would require clear direction, as has been given by the SSC and now from the council, on economic data needs. Potential tools for this could include constituting a clearly tasked social science plan team, or even identifying a new committee that works more focused in a more focused way on this economic data collection issue. There are a couple other avenues. We could look at a workshop where these questions were taken into account, or possibly a new action item altogether. But I think this issue is that important. And in any case, I do agree with the previous testifier that Alaska should be striving to lead the way nationally on socioeconomic data collection, and certainly not removing the limited data that we are receiving at this point through the EDRs.
Thank you, Dr. Williams. Are there any questions? Yes, Ms. Goen.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Dr. Williams, for your testimony. I'm curious if you can elaborate a little bit more on the lack of or the loss of transparency. You noted that it'll be difficult for the public to track and utilize if the industry moved to voluntary reporting of socioeconomic data. And I think that's an important point. And I'm curious if you can elaborate on that and if you have ideas on what could be done to help the public understand where existing socioeconomic data is available.
Through the chair, yes, thank you for the question. I think, this is an issue that we don't just face when we speak to EDRs in this example, right? So I kind of think about what can happen when we're getting ecosystem information during specs, and it's in different places. And I know we grappled with this with the ESRs versus the ESPs and the risk tables. And it's, one of the strengths that can occur in the council process, that we do have a lot of information coming. But when they're coming from a number of different sources, sometimes things fall off for stakeholders that are engaged, but can't spend 80 hours a week going through everything all the time to put it all together themselves. So what I find to be, as a stakeholder myself and somebody who engages on a lot of these issues, is when this information is collected and curated by like a body such as NIMS, or and that information is synthesized and presented in a digestible format, it's much more likely to be used, and it is much more transparent to the public. And so my concern about, some of this is available in the co-op reports, and some of this is available in some IPA reports. It gives me pause on how that's going to be received by the public. And I'm pretty certain that we will see a loss of transparency in a revised approach where it's not taken in and sort of curated by an entity like NIMS. But I do think, if this action does proceed and EDRs are removed, I think it would be well worth the council's effort to come up with a more holistic approach that really is in line with what the SSC has been asking for years. I think a clearly tasked social science plan team with new membership could be a positive step to get there. And I do think there could be some strengthening of the program such that the information that is presented is really useful and able to inform management actions more readily.
Thank you.
Okay, Ms. Kimball.
Thank you. Thank you for your testimony. I think on the point about transparency, do you think it would allay concerns if, under our current process, council staff are putting together those informational reports or components of those reports and bringing them into analyses for the public to understand the implications of our management decisions or our alternatives that are under analysis? Does that allay any concern on that front? Because that's how I understand this is done now and would continue to be done, and that wouldn't change, that they would bring together that information that already exists as they do now, for instance, in a salmon analysis, and put it in one place for the public to understand and be very careful about citing that information.
Through the chair, yes. And in the instance of that type of normal action, research and put together into an analysis, I'm not suggesting I would have any cause for concern over sort of the way that council staff would be working through that information. I think it's more if we are transitioning to a voluntary economic data reporting, so that information may be available sporadically or it's not as consistent. And so I think, and it will be sort of less streamlined. And my guess is, and part of the value in some of these data sets is their long-term, is the aspect of that long-term data collection. So you can look back, see these changes. And so it's not about sort of who's bringing it into a council level analysis. It's more about what is the quality of the data that we are receiving? And I think through the EDR program, some of that mandatory and regulatory component makes that standard a little bit higher. And I worry that that standard will be much lower when it's no longer mandatory in some ways, or for certain elements. And it does sound, based on the analysis, that we will lose some resolution of the data with regards to sort of crew specific data and some of those other elements. So I don't know if that gets at your question to a certain degree.
Thank you.
I'm not seeing any other questions. Thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
So Corey Lesher is our last testifier.
Good morning, Madam Chair and members of the council. For the record, my name is Corey Lesher with Alaska Bering Sea Crabbers. We're a trade association that represents the majority of independent crab harvesters who commercially fish for king, snow, and tanner crab with pot gear in the BSAI crab rationalization program. And I appreciate the opportunity this morning to provide comments on behalf of ABSC. And I'll note that we also provided written comment on this agenda item. I'd like to thank the authors for providing the detailed analysis and Ms. Marinan for stepping in today and providing a thorough and informative presentation. And I also want to note and acknowledge the engagement on this topic by the advisory panel. I really appreciated the questions and discussions that we heard from the AP last week. For crab fishermen, the economic data reporting program has really created significant and ongoing costs and time-intensive reporting burdens without delivering what we see as commensurate value. The original intent of this EDR program was to provide meaningful economic insight to help better inform management. And from where we stand, historically, these data have really been underutilized and not often incorporated into analyses in a way that we think justifies the reporting burden. We saw in the presentation that there really is an incredible amount of time and expenses associated with the reporting requirements that fall directly onto our crab harvesters and as well as processors and other participants in the fisheries. So, by removing the EDR requirements, the reporting requirements, the council has an opportunity to help reduce some unnecessary costs from an industry that's been struggling financially by eliminating or redirecting some of these cost recovery fees that really would help allow our industry participants to redirect those efforts and focus resources on our sustainable fishing practices. While I think ABSC does, really value data and the collection of data, we're here before you this morning to urge the council to move forward with final action on alternative 2. I think for the crab industry, this would help provide meaningful relief while maintaining the council's ability to manage our fisheries sustainably and responsibly. And I would just note again, and we heard this from other testifiers and in discussion this morning, there's other avenues to help collect some of this data that we do feel is important, but perhaps has redundancies in other areas that were mentioned, like e-landings and CFEC permits, voluntary reporting, skipper surveys that the ABSC industry provides, and we could include economic questions and so forth. So again, just in conclusion, we support moving forward with alternative 2. Lastly, Madam Chair, while I have the floor, I'd just like to take the opportunity to thank Mr. Witherall for his many contributions to this council and management of the North Pacific fisheries and his many years of dedication to the process. Thank you, Mr. Witherall, and I wish you an excellent retirement. Also, I'd like to welcome Mr. Pamplin to this great big council family and and just state that we look forward to working with you. That's all I have, Madam Chair. Happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Lesher. Are there any questions? Seeing none, thanks again.
Thank you very much.
So I'll ask Sarah Meriden to back up. Know that there was at least one outstanding question that she was able to do some research on.
Madam Chair, Sarah Meriden, Council staff. I just wanted to follow up on a question that was asked during the staff presentation. So the question was in table 4 on the analysis, page 25, looking at the increase between 2022 and 2023, despite the discontinuation of the GOA trawl EDR. So the question was about what contributed to that increase. The notes highlight that that there have been some costs considered more like fixed costs of the EDR program that were formally prorated over the 4 programs, including GOA trawl. So that with the elimination of GOA trawl, the GOA share of the cost shifted to the other 3. So most of the costs associated with the EDR programs, receiving those data, preparing safe chapters, are incremental to the programs, but there's some costs attributed more holistically across the programs, like staff costs for some of the work on the Human Dimensions Data Explorer, the platform that provides access to the economic safe and other tools, EDR data validation application, the software used to identify anomalies in EDR data. I'll also note that as of 2025, those types of fixed costs that have been identified are being requested in the OST grant to reduce the cost recovery portion. So you can see that in table 6 for 2025, that those values are pretty variable over the years based off of what's requested for that grant cycle. And so for 2025, I believe that includes some of those fixed costs. So hopefully that provides a little, some additional information on that table. Happy to answer any further questions.
Thank you, Ms. Meriden. Yes, Ms. Goen.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And my question's actually on a different topic for Ms. Meriden. So if there's others that have questions on this topic, I can wait.
Not seeing any. Go ahead, Ms. Goen.
Yeah, thank you. Ms. Meriden, during public testimony, we heard some dialogue about the social science plan team and that there may be a report that they haven't finalized yet. I think potentially on a data gaps analysis. I'm not sure if this is a fair question for you, but are you familiar with that? And do you know where that report, what the status of that is?
Through the chair, Ms. Goen, I am familiar with that work. The social science planning team has spent time working on a data gap analysis. I think we were maybe in the 4th version of it the last time we were working on it. It's not a publicly available document yet. We had been working in draft stages. There had been a lot of contributions from members and some discussion about lens and scope. That project is on hold currently. The work is still in draft form. I think with additional focus and direction from the council, we could try to renew that effort. I think the last time we talked about it at the SSBT, it really needed some dedicated time and effort from someone on the team or multiple members on the team to re-initiate that work. There were a lot of comments and information to be incorporated, and still work to be done on it. So, you know, I think members on that team have other responsibilities and priorities that they work on. So we haven't had time or really direction to be able to complete that yet, but it is in draft form.
Thank you for that. And a quick follow-up, if I may.
Yes, Ms. Cohen.
Thanks. And again, not sure if this is a fair question, but do you know, given what we're seeing in the agency, I know right now during shutdowns, we can't reach anybody, but do you know what capacity is in that SSPT to continue the work to get to a final report?
Through the chair, Ms. Goen, I think that's a tricky question, given the current membership. Some folks, for instance, our chairs right now, Mike Downs and Sarah Wise. Mike is nearing retirement. I'm not sure. I think it would require individual phone calls to members to see where they're at and what their capacity is. And especially with the government shutdown, that really, we have some science center members on the committee, or on the planning team. So really now is probably not the best time, but when we have the ability to make phone calls to everybody, we could find out what everyone's capacity is. But that has been a struggle in the past, is that with everyone's plates full of other things, this just hasn't been their top priority item that they've had time to work on.
That response.
Thank you. And Ms. Kimball.
Thank you. And Ms. Marion, can you remind me with that draft report, was that in the holistic vein that we have been talking about, such that it covers all fisheries, or is it just catch share program fisheries? Can you remind me?
Yeah, through the chair, Ms. Kimball, it is intended to cover all fisheries. I believe we have considerations of charter fisheries in there. We have different categories, costs, revenue data. We're looking at it from different scopes and lenses, but it's broader than lab programs.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any final questions for Ms. Marion? Thank you for circling back on that. So that concludes our staff presentations and public testimony on C6. Let's take 15 minutes and consider testimony and see if the council would like to take action. We'll come back at 11 a.m. Thank you. Welcome back, everyone. We have concluded our staff presentations and public testimony on C6. Would the council like to take action? Ms. Goen.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have a motion to offer. I'll wait for it to come up.
See it on the screen?
Yep, I see it. Thank you. See if I can read it. The council takes final action to remove economic data report requirements from the Bering Sea and Aleutian Islands American Fisheries Act POLIC program, the Crab Rationalization Program, and the Amendment 80 program as specified in Alternative 2. For the final documents prepared by the agency for rulemaking, the council directs staff to revise the purpose and need statement as follows. Additions are shown in underline, and deletions are shown in strike-through. The council has successfully analyzed the economic performance of numerous fisheries without the use of economic data reports. The council has reviewed and modified EDRs in the past to improve their usability, efficiency, and consistency, and sought to minimize cost to industry and the federal government. In response, the council has removed EDR requirements for one program and streamlined others. EDRs are currently required for only 3 limited access privilege programs or LAPs: the BSAI Amendment 91, the Crab Rationalization, and Amendment 80 programs. These LAPs pay fees for administering their EDRs through cost recovery programs. In light of the substantial cost recovery fees for submitting and maintaining EDRs, the council will evaluate whether to retain the EDR programs based on the value of and continuing need for each of the EDR programs, and the remainder struck out there. And with a second, I'll speak to it.
Second, Richie.
Thank you, Mr. Ritchie. And bear with me because I have a lot to say. First, I want to start out by thanking staff for this analysis and to Ms. Marinan for the presentation and for fielding our questions. I know that must be difficult given the government shutdown and the lack of access to the NIMS staff. So really appreciate the work here. I'll work backwards from the proposed motion, starting with the purpose and need. NIMS included in the analysis a recommendation to revise the purpose and need statement. Their recommendation shows the intention of the council to consider public testimony and the analysis, making it a more legally sound purpose and need statement. I don't think this revision does change the spirit of the action, and it could be made after the council final action is taken and before NIMS submits final documents for rulemaking. This motion proposes moving to final action with Alternative 2 to remove economic data reports from the only 3 LAPs or limited access programs that have them, which is the APA POLIC program, the CRAB program, and Amendment 80. The regulatory language requiring EDR submissions at 50 CFR 679 and 680, and in the CRAB Fishery Management Plan and Bering Sea Aleutian Islands Groundfish Fishery Management Plan would be removed for all of the EDRs. In addition, NIMS would eliminate the annual requirements for EDR submission, discontinue the information collection package under the Paperwork Reduction Act, and the Alaska Fisheries Science Center would cease to collect economic data report data or maintain the EDR data. In doing so, this action removes inconsistent approaches to economic data collection across the catch share programs in Alaska. It would reduce the cost burden to the fishing industry consistent with Executive Order 14276 on seafood competitiveness and Executive Order 14192 on deregulation. And it would reduce the cost burden on the agency for data streams that have shown limited utility for management. I'll also add that the analysis found no environmental consequences, and the action is consistent with the national standards, particularly National Standard 7, to minimize cost and reduce unnecessary duplication. I heard concern during the agenda item today around National Standards 1, 2, and 8. On best available information for National Standard 2, I consider this action consistent. For example, it consistently applies socioeconomic information that will continue to be available to inform management as it is for all of Alaska's federal fisheries. And for communities under National Standard 8, it will continue to be considered and the impacts balanced as we do in all of our council actions. Over the years, the council, SSC, and some advisory bodies have considered various iterations of economic data reports and explored specific aspects of socioeconomic data collection, such as crew data. Economic data reports have been addressed at several council meetings over the last 10 years, as detailed in section 1.2 of the analysis. Yet there are some longstanding limitations with respect to the utility of EDRs and limited use of EDR in council analysis or in management. Removing EDRs would provide direct cost savings to the fishing industry by removing the annual burden and costs associated with the EDR program, collectively saving roughly $400,000 per year. While this cost savings can come with a trade-off by reducing some economic data for a few fisheries, that trade-off is relatively small given much of the economic data is still available elsewhere, such as from e-landings, cooperative reports, IPAs, Alaska Department of Fish and Game data, CFEC data, core data, etc. Therefore, in my mind, the benefits of removing EDRs outweigh the cost to the industry and the agency of keeping them. Further, since there's inconsistent application across all catch share programs, it's unfair to continue individual EDR requirements for these few catch share programs. I appreciate the thoughtful written comments and oral testimony we heard under this agenda item. The industry required to submit EDRs seems unanimous in support for removing them. However, we're hearing from some others in the public on the need to keep EDRs or at least have some form of economic data collection, and ideally across all fishing sectors. I was intrigued by the advisory panel motion that narrowly failed that would reconvene the social science plan team to develop recommendations on a more holistic approach to economic data reporting that includes all federally managed fisheries and would consider other sources of the information and not duplicate information available elsewhere. From my understanding, the social science plan team attempted a similar task or a component of it in the recent past that has not been completed. In separate conversations, I've heard utility in NOAA fisheries defining a comprehensive universal data collection for all fisheries around the country at a national level that would be funded by the agency outside of the cost recovery process. Defining what the core socioeconomic data is that would be useful for management is not available elsewhere. These ideas all have some merit, and I, for one, value socioeconomic data and would support a more holistic approach to collection of socioeconomic data that would be useful for management and that is not available elsewhere. Unfortunately, right now, given the agency's budget and staffing limitations and the directive to deregulate U.S. fisheries, it's a difficult time to get a more useful economic data collection going. I would be supportive of one, but did not include it in this motion because I think it's unlikely to get traction at this time. However, I'll signal that I plan to offer a second motion shortly that will consider tasking the social science plan team with finalizing its economic data gap analysis that we heard about during this agenda item. I just want to end by saying that I do not take this action lightly. This was a difficult decision for me because good fisheries management relies on a foundation of good data. And I appreciate the value of having a time series of data. Ultimately, though, the EDRs as they stand are not providing enough value to the council process to warrant their continuation. I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you for the motion, Ms. Cohen. I'll see if there are any questions. Mr. Williams.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Ms. Goen, for your motion. Can you go over again for me what the underline and strikeout in the purpose and need is attempting to do, or what does it do? Why is it necessary? Can you go through that with me, please, again?
Through the chair, Mr. Williams, thank you for the question. And we heard about this from council staff during the presentation, and it's in the analysis as a recommendation coming from National Marine Fisheries Service, particularly from their lawyers, making sure that it is creating good process, essentially, because the way the sentence had read before, it's presupposing what the decision is. And in my mind, when I read there, I heard in public testimony some of the comments of that we want to make sure that we don't lose those aspects that we were looking at in this analysis about the inconsistent application. And actually, if someone could scroll down so I can see the rest of it. Thank you. And the overriding management need and the cost. In my mind, those are captured in the language suggested by NIMS lawyers because they say that it's based on the value of and continuing need for. So in my mind, it picks up all of those additional elements.
Thank you.
Any other questions on the motion? Any comments? Yes, Ms. Baker.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Ms. Goen, for the motion and particularly for your comments. I have really many of the same thoughts related to some challenges with this issue, but I think you did a very nice job of laying out the pros and cons, essentially, of the action in front of us. And ultimately, at the end, for me, while I am supportive of data collection, economic data collection, I agree. The issue we have in front of us, the costs outweigh the benefits. And so I'll limit my comments to that and support the motion. But sorry, Madam Chair, I just realized I also have an amendment, so I'm kind of out of order here.
No, that's okay, Ms. Baker. I think we can go ahead and take that amendment. Actually, with the deeming amendment, we kind of go back and forth with comments and then doing that at the end. But yeah, if you're ready to offer that, we can cross that off the list and then circle back to other comments. Ms. Baker.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I apologize. This is the making sausage at a virtual meeting. Appreciate your indulgence on this. I have sent the deeming motion to staff since this is final action. So I will, looks like they got that already. Yep. So the council deems proposed regulations that clearly and directly flow from the provisions of this motion to be necessary and appropriate in accordance with Section 303C. The council authorizes the executive director and the chair to review the draft proposed regulations when provided by NIMS to ensure that the proposed regulations to be submitted to the secretary under Section 303C are consistent with these instructions. The second, I'll speak to the motion, the amendment, Madam Chair.
I'll second.
Thank you, Madam Chair. As the council is required to do when we take final action for FMP amendments, we have two options in front of us in terms of meeting the deeming requirements. I am proposing the second option, whereby the executive director and the chair would review draft proposed regulations on the council's behalf and alert us if the proposed regulations or something in there is not consistent with our intent, which I do not anticipate, but that is the process I'm proposing. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Yeah, Ms. Baker, any questions? Comments? Any objections? Seeing none, that amendment passes without objection. So we're back to the amended main motion. Any further comments? Yes, Ms. Kimball.
Thank you. Just briefly, thank you, Ms. Goen, for the motion. I'll be supporting it. I do appreciate your rationale. I don't know anyone that doesn't support on this council economic data. I just didn't want to move forward with this without some acknowledgement that this doesn't mean all economic data goes away. It just goes away from this source. I do think there are some small components of the current program that I would have liked to retain, but it would have looked ridiculous and piecemeal at this point. And so I guess if the council does think that economic data is important to collect, or additional economic data is important to collect from what we already collect, it's, do you try to build this program or modify this program, or do you eliminate it and start from the ground up? And I think I've been convinced through over a decade of trying to modify that eliminating this and building from the ground up, especially if it's a program that includes all sectors, so it makes the data more usable in council analyses, is a better path. So making sure that the public understands that this is not the only source of economic data. It is certainly not the only source of community level data. But I appreciate you moving us forward in this vein, and I'll be in support.
Thank you, Ms. Kimball. Any further comments? Thank you for the motion, Ms. Goen, and all of the work that you put in to rationale. I'll ask if there's any objection. Actually, this is final action. We need a roll call. Excuse me, Mr. Witherell.
Calling the roll on the amended main motion. Ms. Kimball.
Yes.
Mr. Kurland.
Yes.
Mr. Moeller.
Yes.
Mr. Pamplin.
Yes.
Mr. Ritchie.
Yes.
Mr. Sukata.
Yes.
Ms. Vanderhoven.
Yes.
Mr. Williams.
Yes.
Ms. Baker.
Yes.
Ms. Goen.
Yes.
And Ms. Drobnika.
Yes.
Motion passed unanimously.
Thank you. Any further action on C6? Ms. Goen.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I have a second motion to offer. I'll wait for that to be pulled up on the screen. Thank you. Thanks for making it bigger. Appreciate that. The council requests the social science plan team finalize the economic data gap analysis for review by the council if and when time and capacity allows. And with a second, I'll speak to it.
Second for discussion.
Thank you, Ms. Kimball. Just a few points on this. We heard about this issue during this agenda item. I struggled with this. I think would be helpful to convene the social science plan team on this issue. I also recognize that we're in unusual times right now in a very deregulatory environment. To me, this motion asks them to finish work they had already been doing. They just haven't finished it yet, and to come back with us. And it's really focused in on just this, what are the economic data gaps, so that we can better understand. I mean, I think we should know that as a group anyway, what are our data gaps? And then we can make the decision on if we need to do anything about it. So the intent would be to have this group meet when time and capacity allows and finalize that work. Happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Ms. Goen. Are there any questions? Yes, Ms. Vanderhoven.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Ms. Goen, for your motion. I guess trying to think about expectations and the realities of our situation. I'm concerned, maybe you can provide some additional guidance on what you would anticipate for when time and capacity allows. That's so vague. I don't have any idea what you mean by that.
The chair, Ms. Vanderhoven, thanks for the question. It is a fair one. I think the first step is getting through this government shutdown so we can talk to the federal staff that are on the SSPT and get a better sense from them, especially given capacity within the agency. So I think that's the first step, is getting through this shutdown and having a better sense. I think we also need to know as a council, prioritizing our entire workload, given the environment we're in right now. So that's why I really wanted to have this clause on there, because I think we've got a lot to figure out before that group would be able to come together and finalize this and come back to the council.
Thank you, and Ms. Baker.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I had a similar question along the line of Ms. Vanderhoeven's. I guess I'm just a little worried about tasking a group that we have not heard from directly, and I don't even honestly know who's still on the social science plan team. So I'm wondering, honestly, I'm thinking about an amendment to clarify, Ms. Goen, and I guess my question would be, do you think it would be helpful in this process that you just described? You don't have a good sense of the timing. Would it be helpful as we kick off on this to maybe request that staff come back to us and provide an update on the remaining work in the economic data gap analysis and the capacity of the social science plan team to complete that work? Do you think that would be helpful?
Yeah, I think if we decide to go that route, I think that would be a fair approach to this. Yes.
Okay, thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Any other questions? Mr. Ritchie.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for the motion, Ms. Goen. I am just wondering about the intent of this. If the intent is that basically that the SSPT prioritize this above other things, I'm not sure what else is on their docket. I guess I don't actually know that much about the social science plan team, unfortunately, but I'm just wondering if the intent is that this take priority over all the other stuff that they might have to do, or if this is just flagged specifically.
The chair, thanks for that question, Mr. Ritchie. My understanding is that the social science plan team has not met in several years, and that they left this piece of work unfinished. We heard from council staff that they have several iterations of a draft, but it's unfinished work. I'm not clear on what additional workload they have. I'm guessing not much if they haven't been meeting in recent years. Although that also raises flags on why they haven't been meeting in recent years. So going back to Ms. Baker's suggestion, I think it's a good one to have staff come back to us and give us a report on who's on the social science plan team, where they've left off with this analysis, and what it would take to finish it.
Thank you, Ms. Goen. Any other questions? So I know this, I'd like to take maybe a quick 5-minute stand down and some time to potentially think through an amendment. Let's come back at 11:35 and reconvene our discussion under C6. Thank you. Welcome back, everyone. So we are in the middle of our deliberations on C6. I'll ask if anyone would like to offer an amendment. Yes, Ms. Baker.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for a little extra time. I did send in an amendment that I hope staff received. There, it looks like so. And my apologies, I did this really quickly, so it is in track changes, but I thought it would be helpful to make the suggested amendment to Ms. Goins' motion so we're clear. And so the amendment reads, the council requests that staff provide an update on remaining work and available capacity for the social science plan team to finalize its economic data gap analysis for review by the council. The council will consider tasking after receiving this update. The second, I'll speak to it.
Second.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Mr. Kurland, for the second. This is essentially exactly what I was thinking when I asked Ms. Goin the question if she thought maybe an acceptable first step to pursue this potential finalizing the data gap analysis. I was just really concerned about tasking a committee when so many of those committee members, by memory, are agency staff. And we heard very clearly from Ms. Marinan, who is a coordinator for the social science plan team, and I'm sure very in tune with the last work that they did, but I heard very clearly from her that finishing this data gap analysis was the committee, the plan team had been working on it for a while, but it was not the highest priority for any of the members at the time. And I can really appreciate that. I'm not being critical at all. I just really recognize the capacity constraints we have. So I am just proposing to amend Ms. Goins' motion to take an interim step, request our staff to check with the social science plan team members whenever that's possible, depending on the government shutdown, and report back to us about exactly what it would take to finalize that data gap analysis and what social science plan team member capacity is to do that. And then we can perhaps make a much more informed decision about potential tasking. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you for this moment, Ms. Baker. I'll see if anyone has any questions for you. Any comments on the amendment? Ms. Goin.
Thank you. Just a comment that I plan to support this amendment. I think it's a good first step at trying to understand the capacity here, what's left to be done, and then move on from there. So thank you for the amendment.
Thanks, Ms. Goin. Mr. Ritchie.
I'm not sure if I have a comment so much as a question. It might be a question. Just because I'm a little unsure of the membership of that plan team. It's not quite clear to me what how this would work. So we would receive this report from the plan team in the future, and then there would be opportunity for public input on that before we made any decisions based on the information that we received in that report. Is that correct?
Through the chair, thank you, Mr. Ritchie, for the question. My vision of how this would work actually is that council staff would reach out to members of the social science plan team, as Ms. Marinan described, to get social science plan team member input on remaining work to finalize the data gap analysis and available capacity of the social science plan team members to do so. And then our staff would report back to the council on those things. And yes, at that time, there would be public opportunity to provide input, and the council could consider what to do once it receives that update.
Thank you for that clarification. I appreciate that.
Thank you. Any further comments on the amendment? Thank you again, Ms. Baker, for trying to find a workable pathway forward here. I'll see if there are any objections to the amendment. Being none, the amended motion is on the floor. Any further comments on the amended motion? Yes, Ms. Vanderhoven.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Ms. Goen and Ms. Baker. I'm going to support the motion. I'm much more comfortable with the approach having done the amendment. I'm very interested to see what comes back because I don't have enough information at this point to know if it's a project that we can realistically pursue in the near future. And I'm a little concerned, just having not seen anything even remotely close to this in our list of priorities that we created in response to the executive order. So I don't know when this information will come back, but I hope there's enough information at that point to really guide us as to whether or not this is going to be the best use of our limited resources. Thanks.
Thank you, Ms. Vanderhoven. Any other comments? Mr. Williams.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, I am also going to support the amended motion. I think it's a bit of an elegant solution to a dicey problem of priorities and issues that we've got to deal with in the future, but at the same time, wanting to really know where is this plan team? How far have they gotten? It's been apparently quite a few years since they've been active and able to give us the information. So I think we can afford the time to hear where they're at, see what the challenges are, and then we can make decisions whether we want to move forward or not based on priorities at that time. And I see the ground underneath our feet in terms of priorities continuing to change. So by the time we get this information, there may be other things that have occurred that change our approach. But I would like to hear a little bit of where they are right now, because like others have said, understanding where some of this data is at and the value of some of the data is important. But I intend to support the motion as amended.
Thank you, Mr. Williams. Any additional comments? Okay. Seeing none. Thank you again, Ms. Goen and Ms. Baker. I'll see if there's any objection to the motion. Okay. Seeing none, that motion passes without objection. Any further actions on C6? Okay. Not seeing any hands. So let's break for lunch. We will come back at 12:55 and begin our staff presentation on D2. Thank you. Thanks. Welcome back from lunch, everyone. So we are ready to begin our staff presentation on D2. I know that there have been a couple members of the public interested in the timing for staff tasking. We have D2 and then D4 before we start staff tasking. I'm not sure if we'll get there today, but even if we do start a discussion in our presentation, we will not take public testimony until tomorrow morning. At the earliest. So just wanted to give notification of that. So if Ms. Henry is ready, we can start on our D2 agenda item.
All right, thank you, Madam Chair. Let me just pull the presentation up. Okay. All right, so good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the council, Anna Henry, council staff here to present D2, a discussion paper on IFQ and CQE transfer and beneficiary changes. So this discussion paper came about in December 2024 when the council reviewed the IFQ program review, and they requested this paper to consider some changes to the IFQ program. So this presentation will first cover some background on current IFQ transfer requirements and some background on community quota entities or CQEs. Then I'll move into some potential changes to transfers for CQEs. The first, to explore options to allow the automation of in-season transfers of CQE held quota share between eligible residents. The second, to waive or reduce the transfer eligibility requirements for CQE eligible community residents fishing CQE held quota share. Then I'll look at a couple potential changes to the criteria to be eligible to receive quota share or IFQ by transfer. The first, looking at allowing time as crew on a tender vessel to count towards 150 days sea time required for a transfer eligibility certificate. And the second, looking at establishing a minimum age to be eligible to receive IFQ or quota share by transfer. Then finally, looking at some quota share that's been held by beneficiaries longer than 3 years, and finish with some next steps the council can take. So first, for some background on the current requirements for IFQ transfers and CQEs. So when the IFQ program was implemented, there were, in order to maintain kind of an owner-operated fishery, the council implemented owner-on-board requirements for IFQ holders, and they also restricted transfer with some limited exceptions. And these exceptions are listed here. In this paper, we'll cover the survivorship or beneficiary leases, as well as the IFQ leases from CQEs to residents. To receive quota share or IFQ by transfer, you must submit an application for eligibility to NMFS, and then if deemed eligible, NMFS will issue a transfer eligibility certificate or TEC. The criteria for a TEC is that people must have 150 or more days experience working as part of harvesting crew in any U.S. commercial fishery. Harvesting is defined as work directly related to the catching and retaining of fish, and we'll get into that a little more later as well. So for community quota entities or CQEs, these were recommended by the council in 2002 in response to concerns about outmigration of quota share from small Gulf of Alaska coastal communities. So under the CQE program, eligible communities can form nonprofit corporations or CQEs and purchase catcher vessel quota share. Then the IFQ that results from that quota share is leased to community residents annually to fish that IFQ. So when the CQEs have to describe the procedures that they'll use to determine the distribution of IFQ to residents of their community, there are no specific requirements for what these procedures must be. But when the council recommended the program, they did include 3 performance standards to help guide this. The first being equitable distribution of IFQ leases within a community. Second, the use of IFQ by local crew members. Third, the percentage of IFQ resulting from community-held quota share that is fished on an annual basis. In 2014, the CQE program was amended to include the community of ADAC. This was for many of the same goals as the original program, to provide sustained participation for rural residents and allow for entry-level opportunities for fishermen residing in fishery-dependent communities. There are a couple differences to the ADAC CQE requirements, though. First, they have less restrictive experience requirements. So ADAC residents are not required to meet that 150-day experience as harvesting crew to be eligible to receive IFQ if they're only receiving CQE-derived IFQ. Non-residents still need to meet that 150-day requirement, which leads to the next less restrictive requirement on residency. So initially, when the ADAC CQE was formed, the council gave them 5 years where IFQ could be leased to non-residents, and that was to help provide benefits through deliveries, crew opportunities, and to earn more revenue to purchase quota share. But that 5-year limit was to help tie the long-term benefits to residents. This residency requirement was waived for 5 more years, again starting in 2023, and this was to provide more opportunities to fully harvest ADAC CQE quota share. So this table shows the quota share holdings of CQEs. As of August of this year, there were 24 communities that had approved CQEs, 7 of which held quota share. I will note there's an error on this table, and it lists Kodiak, and it should actually be the community of Buzinki. So that's kind of the background that we're operating from. Now I'll go into some of the potential changes to CQE transfer provisions. So CQEs can lease or transfer IFQ to residents annually. If that lessee is unable to harvest the IFQ, there are no specific provisions or processes or criteria to return IFQ to a quota shareholder. This is throughout the IFQ program, but in this case, the quota shareholder is the CQE. And this is because the IFQ system really isn't designed to track or process transactions for the purpose of returning IFQ to the quota shareholder after a temporary transfer. So when NMFS receives requests for return of IFQ, they evaluate these on a case-by-case basis, and they look at some different policy criteria. The first is the potential hardship if that IFQ is not returned. And the second is if the origin of the IFQ pounds can be clearly traced. So they ask some questions to help get at that. First, did the transferee receive any other IFQ transfers from the same area that year? Were there any IFQ landings made with that permit number in question that year? Does the transferee hold any of their own quota share in that same area that the transferring pounds are being transferred to? And is there any disagreement between the two parties about the return of transferred IFQ pounds? And if the answer to any of these questions is yes, then NMFS will not return the transferred IFQ pounds to the quota shareholder. If that IFQ is untouched and free of constraints, and they can identify what area it is and all of those things, then NMFS can initiate a manual back-end process to return that IFQ, but it requires case-specific programming. And so sometimes this process can be pretty time-consuming, and so if a CQE has leased IFQ to a resident and then they want to go through this process to manually transfer the quota share back to the CQE, by the time they want to then lease it to another resident, that can take a lot of time and occasionally takes up so much time that that IFQ then cannot be harvested. I'll pause.
Thank you, Ms. Kimball.
Thank you, Ms. Henry. I just want to get to the crux of why that is. It just looks so involved, I guess, for something that seems like it should be simple, but is it because if a CQE must transfer IFQ to have it fished, so it has to transfer something to a resident. When it does that, is it just not tracked in the NIMS system as once someone's holding it as annual IFQ, as CQE derived IFQ? I mean, is that the crux of all these questions, that they're trying to make sure that when they give something back to the CQE, it's actually CQE derived quota? I'm trying to understand why it's so complicated.
Yeah, through the chair, Ms. Kimball, thanks for the question. It is complicated, and a lot of it is because of the way the programming system functions. It'd be great to have RAM staff here to really describe the nitty-gritty details of it. But basically, when IFQ is transferred, a new IFQ permit is issued. So if a person has their own quota share or has their own IFQ, and they've already received an IFQ permit for the year with like 10,000 pounds, if they get 10,000 more pounds transferred from a CQE, NIMS initiates a new IFQ permit for 20,000 pounds, and the old permit is no longer valid. So they have this new permit with all their IFQ pounds, and if they start fishing that, there's no way for NIMS to track what pounds they've fished and where those came from. So then if they want to transfer pounds back to the CQE, they don't know how to kind of parse out which pounds were CQE pounds, which were their own, and it gets really complicated. And it's all kind of just because of the way the system is built and the way permits are issued that don't track the origin of each pound.
Okay, thank you for that, through the chair. So it's not as if NIMS isn't tracking the pounds fished, but we can't discern whether it's CQE pounds or their own individual holdings in the way that the current system is set up. Is that correct?
Yeah, through the chair, that's correct.
Okay.
Obviously, RAM has to transfer or has to track IFQ pounds that are harvested. That's part of the overall program, but it's really parsing out the origin of those pounds once multiple transfers have been made to a single IFQ holder.
Okay, thanks.
So in order to automate those IFQ returns, excuse me, and have in-season transfers, that would require substantial reprogramming to have an automated system that can perform these checks and track that IFQ in that way. NIMS is in the process of redesigning the IFQ permits application, and this is part of a larger project and design of an integrated fisheries application, or IFA, that is adaptive and supports the needs of all system stakeholders. This application will utilize new technology, improve data quality, and streamline permitting processes, as well as simplify programming modifications necessary to implement regulatory changes. So NIMS is working on this, and basically, if there are changes that the council would like to recommend, even if they don't require regulatory changes, it will still take NIMS some time to be able to update all of this programming and develop it as part of that IFA application. In terms of direct transfer between CQE residents, that right now in the system, that's considered a sublease, which is not allowed. And that would also present some challenges in terms of fulfilling the CQE requirements and the criteria to distribute IFQ among residents. Changing the regulations to allow for in-season transfer of IFQ between CQE residents may help facilitate participation in CQE fisheries, and it would address that CQE performance standard of the percentage of IFQ resulting from community-held quota share that is fished on an annual basis.
Henry, you have another question, Ms. Kimball?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Ms. Henry, can you just help me differentiate between those last two major bullets, direct transfer between residents and then changing the regulations to allow for in-season transfer? Does one have NIMS involved and one doesn't? I might have missed that.
Through the chair, Ms. Kimball, no, those would both involve NIMS. I think the question in the discussion paper was looking at automating transfers between residents of a CQE so that first of the bottom two big bullets, direct transfer between CQE residents. I think we were assuming that would be, instead of transferring the quota share back to the CQE, transferring it from a resident to another resident. That is not allowed currently because that would be a sublease, which is not allowed in the IFQ program. So the later bullet to change the regulations to allow for that, I mean, that would require a regulatory change to allow for that type of transfer. And there are some implications in terms of, first, currently that's considered a sublease. And second, in terms of the challenges of the requirements for CQE transfer to a resident, if you're kind of removing the CQE out of having to transfer it back to the CQE if you were just doing it between residents.
Okay.
But both of those would involve NIMS. It would still be a transfer.
Okay, thanks.
So now I'm going to move on to the second potential change to CQEs, and that's waiving or reducing transfer eligibility requirements. So as I mentioned before, the CQEs develop criteria to distribute that IFQ among community residents. Some IFQs prioritize new entrants or long-term participants or operations that have crew members that are residents. But an individual must hold a TEC to be eligible to receive IFQ from a CQE. There is the exception of ADAC, as I mentioned before. ADAC residents do not need to have that TEC, and this was to accommodate younger residents of ADAC who may lack that 150 days of experience as a crew member. And they might have experienced subsistence fishing, but there were fewer commercial fisheries opportunities in the Aleutians. So that's why there's that exception for ADAC. When the council reviewed the IFQ program review, they received public testimony that many young residents of CQE communities lack that 150 days of harvesting experience, and that there are few opportunities to gain that experience. So reducing or eliminating that requirement would allow more people to participate in harvesting CQE, and particularly young people who may have less harvesting experience. And expanding that pool of community residents eligible to receive IFQ from CQE would meet one of the principal goals of the CQE program, which is to provide access to halibut and sable fish resources to community residents that do not currently have access to these resources. So that wraps up the CQE, the potential changes to CQE. Now we'll move into some potential changes to the criteria to be eligible to receive quota share IFQ by transfer in the larger IFQ program. So the first potential change is to allow time on tenders to count towards harvest experience for a TEC. As I mentioned before, the TEC eligibility criteria right now requires 150 more days of experience working as part of a harvesting crew in any U.S. commercial fishery. And this was implemented as part of the IFQ program to assure that IFQ remains in the hands of fishermen who have a history of past participation and current dependence on the fishery. Harvesting is defined as work directly related to the catching and retaining of fish. So work in support of harvesting, but not directly related to it, such as working as an engineer or a cook on a fishing vessel or helping to prepare a vessel for a fishing trip is not considered harvesting work. Tendering is defined as a vessel that is used to transport unprocessed fish or shellfish received from another vessel to an associated processor. So including tendering in this experience towards a TEC would allow more opportunities for individuals to obtain that experience for a TEC. There are also some parallels with some crab actions that have been taken recently, a council action regarding the experience requirements to retain crab sea shares, and then the sea share eligibility requirements that the council reviewed yesterday. So these figures, or tables, the first table shows tendering participation in salmon and groundfish over the last 10 years. The top line is the total vessels that participated in tendering in those fisheries. Second line is the days that those vessels received landings. So this might not be the full amount of days that they actually operated, because it wouldn't include any transport time, but it's just the days they actually received landings. And then the third line is the average crew those vessels use when they're participating in fishing. We don't have information on the crew numbers they use while tendering, so this could be a different number that those vessels use when they're actually tendering, but this helps kind of provide a sense of some of the opportunities for tendering that folks could use towards a TEC, although this is obviously not the full universe of tendering experience that could be eligible towards a TEC. Then the second table listed here is harvesting participation in all commercial fisheries off Alaska. So the number of vessels fishing, the days they landed fish on board, again, not including any transport time, and then the average crew. And once again, this isn't the full universe of opportunities for harvesting experience that one could use towards a TEC eligibility requirement. But at least for the fisheries here in Alaska, you can see that over the past 10 years, the number of days and number of vessels have declined. So that experience available on crew in Alaska has declined. So this moves to the second potential change to IFQ transfer, which is looking at a minimum age to receive IFQ or quota share by transfer. In October of 2022, NMFS set up an interim policy that set the minimum age for the issuance of an IFQ TEC at 18 years old. And this was to provide consistency when NMFS RAM was receiving applications from very young applicants. And when they set this interim policy at 18 years, they took into account minimum age requirements under different relevant permits and regulations, both at the state and federal level. These are outlined more specifically in the paper, but the table here just kind of summarizes the different requirements that they looked at when they set this 18-year threshold. This list here on the left are different quota share and IFQ permit holder responsibilities. It's not an exhaustive list, and I won't go through all of it, but it's listed here just kind of to hit home that quota share and IFQ permit holder responsibilities are complex. And if there is a violation, minors could be exposed to potential liability for civil penalties and permit sanctions. So NMFS has recommended initiating an action to establish a minimum age in regulation to be eligible to receive IFQ or quota share by transfer. That moves into kind of the third aspect of this paper, which is looking at quota share held by beneficiaries beyond 3 years. So the IFQ program allows temporary transfer of quota share to beneficiaries or survivors of deceased quota share holders for 3 calendar years. And this is to provide continued income and allow time for the beneficiary to either fish that associated IFQ, or lease the IFQ to other qualified fishery participants, or become qualified to obtain a TEC, and they can retain that quota share at the end of that 3-year beneficiary period. In 2024, NMFS noticed that there was an increase in the amount of quota share held by beneficiaries beyond that 3-year window. Previously, NMFS had still issued the resulting IFQ permit with poundage to a beneficiary, even if they were beyond that 3-year window. But once they noticed that increase in 2024, in 2025, NMFS stopped issuing IFQ, so there were 7 beneficiaries that had exceeded the 3-year beneficiary window and did not have a valid TEC, so NMFS did not issue IFQ to those beneficiaries starting in 2025. This table shows the accounts. There are 20 total beneficiary accounts that will expire at some point through 2028, and they will then not receive IFQ the following year after the year on this table unless they acquire a TEC. And this represents over 8 million total quota share units. So these quota share units will not be included in the quota share pool for issuance of IFQ in 2025 and beyond. And so the annual quota share pool could shrink due to an increased use of this beneficiary provision, It's also difficult to track in the legacy computer system, so they currently monitor it through manual checks. So NIMS recommended that the council consider whether to change the survivorship transfer privilege regulations to govern what happens to quota share held by a beneficiary beyond that 3-year window. So those are all the issues that are discussed in this discussion paper. For the next steps, of course, the council can always take no further action or request further information in another discussion paper, or initiate an analysis. In this case, this paper covers a lot of disparate potential actions. So if there's a purpose and need statement and that can be identified that covers all the alternatives, it could be a single analysis, but depending on the scope of the action, if the alternatives are less related, it might be more appropriate to have multiple analyses. And then I'd just like to thank all the contributors listed here. The information in this paper is a lot of kind of the weeds of how NIMS actually does transfers and the mechanisms behind it. So I appreciate all these folks for helping me understand that, how those systems work.
Thank you, Ms. Henry. And Ms. Kimball?
Thank you. Ms. Henry, I had a question on your previous slide. Thank you. I just wanted to understand, like the last bullet asks for us to consider changes or whether to make changes to govern what happens to quota share beyond the 3 years. So if the council didn't take any action on this, those folks within that 3-year period could sell their quota share to somebody else that does have a TEC and use it, or they could acquire a TEC. But after 3 years, the quota share just expires and the quota share pool shrinks and everyone else's IFQ is worth more fish. Is that, am I getting the status quo right if the council didn't take action?
Through the chair, Ms. Kimball, yeah, basically, it's my understanding that right now the agency doesn't have a mechanism with which to force divestiture of this quota share. So if the council takes no action, these beneficiaries will still hold the quota share, unless they can always sell it, or if they acquire a TEC, then they could fish it themselves. But so they will still, with no action, they would still be able to hold that quota share, but it wouldn't be included in the quota share pool, and the IFQ pounds would not be issued. So yeah, the other IFQ pounds would be basically worth more because the quota share pool, overall pool, would be smaller because those quota share would not be included in it. But the beneficiaries would still hold that quota share. They wouldn't have to divest it.
Thank you. Just so to be really clear, if we're past that 3-year period, for some of these people, they wouldn't be able to fish it under kind of really any scenario, but they would be able to sell it and benefit from the quota share sale. Okay, thank you.
Yeah, through the chair, that's correct. They wouldn't be able to fish it. They wouldn't be able to transfer it to someone else to fish it, but they could sell it.
Thank you. Ms. Kimball?
Thank you. I was trying to see if anyone else had questions, but my other question, Ms. Henry, is on the transfer within the season of CQE derived quota, the annual IFQ, and whether you felt like the paper or the agency, you'd been able to have discussions to maybe mimic other scenarios, aside from kind of going through NIMS each time. I think it does require automation, but the only one I'm even remotely familiar with is like CDQ halibut, where everybody that the CDQ designates can hold some portion of their halibut quota. I believe they get to hold it and hold a permit, and if they don't fish it, it goes back to the CDQ without going through NIMS. And so I didn't know if that scenario had been explored, or that wasn't a direct ask of the council, so that had not been explored.
Yeah, through the chair, Ms. Kimball, the issue of kind of how CDQs operate is broader than the scope of this paper, and this paper really focused on the question of the council, which was how to make this current CQE transfer system more efficient. So that's what the paper focused on. I'm not extremely familiar with the kind of internal mechanisms of CDQs, but the CDQ program operates differently than CQEs because it's outside of the IFQ program. They receive an allocation, and then the CDQ can kind of do as they see with it. NIMS doesn't have to track it, because it's not within the IFQ program, so they don't track it in the same way that they track CQE transfers of IFQ. Looking into that, and I mean, if the council would like to look into the CQEs operating more similarly to CDQs, we could certainly do that, but that is a much broader question that's kind of outside the scope of this paper. And I do think there might be some implications associated with that we should have more time to talk through with NIPS, probably, to kind of understand the full scope of what that could look like. I know some other folks had mentioned hired masters as a kind of similar way in which it wouldn't be a real transfer, but it could work. Hired masters, they don't receive IFQ transfers. They're just an authorized user on an IFQ permit. If the council wanted to look into CQEs operating that way, we could look at that. But again, I think there might be some implications or kind of unintended consequences associated with that would require a little more analysis and discussion.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Henry. Any other questions? Thank you for the presentation. That takes us to our AP report. And I think Ms. Mann is with us. We'll pull the workshop.
Thank you, Madam Chair, council members. Again, Heather Mann, one of the vice chairs for the advisory panel. And when the motion comes up, I'll deliver it.
Ask any members of the public wishing to testify on D2, please do sign up before the end of the AP report. Thanks.
Okay, so this is the motion on D2. The purpose of this action is to amend the IFQ program regulations in response to recommendations made in the 2024 IFQ program review. The proposed changes include both CQE and IFQ fisheries as delineated below. Looks like there's a repeated paragraph there, so I'll skip that. The CQE program is intended to facilitate access to the halibut and sablefish IFQ fisheries for residents of rural communities and to anchor that access in the qualifying communities. Access to capital, eligibility requirements, and regulatory challenges have limited the effectiveness of the CQE program. Similar to ADAC, many Gulf of Alaska communities face challenges implementing this program. With this action, the council aims to lower the barriers to participation in the CQE program and increase entry-level opportunities for fishermen residing in these small fishery-dependent communities. Next slide, please. Along with facilitating the CQE participation, the council aims to increase entry-level opportunity and participation by coastal residents in the IFQ fisheries. Increasing unload flexibility, both spatially and geographically, may facilitate that participation by providing greater access to markets for small-scale fishermen operating in remote areas. Allowing days working on a tender to count toward earning a TEC and establishing a minimum age for days qualifying toward a TEC that reflects common practice will also facilitate entry for residents of fishery-dependent communities. The council seeks to address these barriers to entry without compromising program enforcement or accountability. Alternative 1, no action. Alternative 2, assign CQE quota to the managing entity for in-season management and assignment of quota. Alternative 3, allow time tendering in any federal or state commercial fishery off Alaska to count toward the 150-day transfer eligibility certificate, the TEC, requirement to receive annual quota share. Next slide, please. Alternative 4, waive the TEC requirement for individuals fishing annual IFQ derived from CQE held quota share. Alternative 5, establish a minimum age in regulation to be eligible to receive IFQ or quota share by transfer. Options A, 12 years, B, 16 years, C, 18 years. Sub-option, to receive IFQ or quota share, an individual under 18 years of age must identify an adult who's older than 18 legally responsible for their actions. Alternative 6, expand designated unload areas for tenders receiving IFQ or CQE fish. Alternative 7, waive the PNOL and restricted unload hours for IFQ CQE deliveries of less than 2,000 pounds. That motion passed 20-0, and there's detailed rationale in support of the motion in the report. I'd be happy to try and answer any questions.
Thank you for the report, Ms. Mann. Are there any questions? Yes, Ms. Kimball.
Thank you, Ms. Mann, for your report. And I don't have the full report pulled up right now, so forgive me if that's listed in the full report. But my questions on these last two alternatives, these were not included in the discussion paper under our review. So did the AP receive comprehensive testimony to explain those two issues such that you felt it was worthwhile to put into an analysis?
Through the chair, Ms. Kimball, that's correct. We had extensive public comment, actually both in writing and orally, and that was the basis for including these two alternatives. And Madam Chair, I'd also noticed that at the beginning, I should have, it wasn't on the slide, but that was a proposed purpose and need statement. It does say that in the report, but in case that came across a little confusing, that was a proposed purpose and need that the AP supported.
Clarification. Any other questions on the AP report? Okay. Thanks again, Ms. Mann.
Thank you.
So that takes us to public testimony. It looks like we have 4 people signed up. We begin with Steve Miner, followed by Duncan Fields.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair and council members. Do you hear me?
Yes, good afternoon.
For the record, I'm Steve Miner, testifying on agenda item D2 on behalf of the ADAC Community Development Corporation. Today, ACDC is asking you to expand the IFQ CQE discussion paper to include 2 alternatives which would assist Aleutian Islands stakeholders by unlocking the Aleutian Islands resources that are currently stranded because of outdated and conflicting regulations under the CQE program. Our proposed actions, if implemented, will reduce regulatory burdens on Aleutian Island stakeholders and thereby increase U.S. domestic seafood production, which is a primary goal of Executive Order 14726. First, we ask that you expand the CQE Federal Processor Permit Program to include Aleutian Island CQEs. The NPFMC approved the CQE Federal Processor Permit Program for the Gulf of Alaska in 2011, long before ACDC was approved as the CQE for ADAC. ACDC is now asking that the CQE Federal Processing Permit Program be expanded to the Aleutian Islands. The record shows that the council and NIMS at that time created the community quota entity federal processor permit to, and I quote, address challenges faced by specific Gulf of Alaska coastal communities to improve the stability, value, and sustainability of communities and the Pacific cod resource, to address the issues of declining quota and shortened seasons, and to create local economic benefits. This is precisely what ADAC needs at this time. A CQE federal processor permit allows a vessel to process Pacific cod within the marine municipal boundaries of eligible CQE communities. For ADAC, this would allow the community to again process currently stranded federal marine resources while plans to build a new shore-based plant advances, and help restore the local economy, which collapsed 5 years ago with the closure of the previous plant. Again, we ask you to include the Aleutian Islands in this existing CQE program. ACDC's second request is that the IFQ CQE discussion paper include an alternative to remove the Aleutian Islands CQE black cod vessel cap. This is similar to the Council's recent action regarding Area 4 Pacific halibut. The current CQE regulations are in conflict. In the Pacific halibut and Aleutian Islands black cod fishery, the Council has authorized Aleutian Island CQEs to invest in and acquire up to 15% of the IFQ, but CQE vessel use cap restrictions have made it nearly impossible for ACDC and its partners to effectively harvest this quota. Here are the numbers. ACDC has acquired a little over 6% of the Aleutian Islands black cod IFQ, an allocation of more than 650,000 pounds in 2025. But the CQE vessel use cap of 50,000 pounds means that ACDC must recruit a fleet of more than 13 vessels to harvest the IFQ. If ACDC acquires the full 15% of the black cod IFQ allowed under the current regulations, the fleet would have to be nearly 30 vessels. There is no scenario, now or in the future, when a local fleet of this size will exist in ADAC or operate in the remote western Aleutian Islands. So here we have a clear regulatory disconnect that can easily be resolved by lifting the vessel use cap for this fishery only for those CQEs operating in the Aleutian Islands. As already mentioned, recently the Council recognized similar regulatory obstacles in the Area 4 Pacific halibut fishery and addressed similar vessel cap constraints. ACDC asks that you include similar action on black cod in the IFQ CQE package. In summary, ACDC is asking you to expand the IFQ CQE discussion paper to include these two alternatives, which would assist all Aleutian Island stakeholders by unlocking the Aleutian Islands resources that are currently stranded because of outdated and conflicting regulations. These deregulatory actions are consistent with the executive order. And to borrow language from the executive order, for ADAC and Aleutian Island stakeholders, these changes would certainly help unleash prosperity through deregulation. I'll be happy to take any questions.
Thank you for your testimony. Are there any questions for Mr. Minor? Yes, Mr. Mueller.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Mr. Minor, for your testimony. If you could elaborate a little bit on part of your testimony here relative to federal processing permit, that if I understood your testimony correctly, it's offered in part of the CQE program, but not in the Aleutian Islands. Do you understand why it was excluded, or can you give me a little bit more background on that?
Thank you for the question, Mr. Mueller, through the chair. Of course, I wasn't involved in the issues back then, but when I look at the timeline, the CQE program was created exclusively for the Gulf in 2001. The CQE processing permit was authorized in 2011, but ADAC did not become a CQE community until 2014, long after both of those events. And they simply weren't around when this program was implemented. But as a CQE, not dissimilar than the Gulf communities, it would certainly help us bring processing back online in ADAC, if we could receive that now.
You and Ms. Kimball.
Thank you. Thanks for your testimony, Mr. Minor. I wonder if you could, the ADAC program is different from the Gulf program, which I'm more familiar with, and does have some different rules associated with it. But I wonder if you can help me just get the big picture on how the Aleutian Island CQE program benefits the community and any kind of progress on benefiting residents of that community.
Yes, Ms. Kimball, through the chair, thank you for the question. As the staff report showed, ACDC as the CQE entity has taken revenues it receives primarily from its crab quota and invested heavily in the black cod and halibut fisheries. I believe we now have 14.75% of all of the Pacific halibut in Area 4B, and as I said, about 6% of all the black cod. When the plant was open under the previous operators, again, data will show that those fisheries were almost fully prosecuted, the CQE share of those fisheries. We were quite good at it. We had local people. With the closure of the plant, the economy's collapsed. Fishermen have had to seek employment elsewhere, and we're in a rebuilding phase now. We still have this quota. It's still important to us, but right now it's been stranded in the water for the last few years, and these two actions will help us re-energize things and start pulling fishermen back into the community. But the closure of the plant is been a significant obstacle to keeping this fish, to getting this fish out of the water.
Thank you. And Mr. Mueller, another question?
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Steve, once again for your testimony. Speaking of the rebuilding that you mentioned in your response to Ms. Kimball here, can you tell us what the condition of the existing plant what closed, I think you mentioned 4 or 5 years ago?
Yes, Mr. Mueller, through the chair, again, thank you for the question. About 1.5 years ago, ACDC realized that restoring the seafood-based economy in ADAC was going to fall on their shoulders and began investing pretty significantly in building a team and reaching out to industry. One of the first steps we took was we've now conducted 2 or 3 surveys of the plant, and the cost of bringing that plant back online far exceeds building a new plant. And there are several reasons for this, starting with it was never designed as a plant. This was an old Navy warehouse. It was never efficient to begin with as a fish processing plant. It's got dated technology, but worse than that, when Golden Harvest left 5 years ago, they did not shut down the equipment properly, did not drain water lines, did not do what they should have done. And virtually every motor on every piece of equipment is frozen. The cold storage has to be completely rebuilt. We came to the conclusion about 1 year ago that we need to build a new plant. It's going to take us some time to get financing, permitting, get a new plant constructed. The community really can't wait another 4 or 5 years to start getting fish out of the water and people employed again, which is why the CQE processing permit is an important ask on our part. We need a way to start prosecuting these fisheries again. It'll probably be on a floater initially while we work on getting a new shore-based plant up. But the old plant, there's just no way to bring it back online without spending quite a bit more than we would be just putting up a new building.
Thank you.
Again, for your testimony, Mr. Meyer.
Thank you.
Our next testifier is Duncan Fields, followed by Oyster Mills.
Madam Chair, can you hear me?
Yes, good afternoon.
My goodness, technology is amazing. I'm at fish camp on Starlink, looking at deer in the yard and whales out the front window. So real different environment from normal council testimony. It's hard sometimes to concentrate. But my name is Duncan Fields. I'm speaking on behalf of the Kodiak Island Tribal Coalition. I also manage Uzinki and Old Harbor CQE's Uzinki Community Holding and Cape Barnabas Inc. As some of you are aware, Old Harbor purchased the first quota that a CQE purchased back in 2007, and currently Uzinki holds the largest amount of quota in the Gulf under the CQE program. I want to address three issues to supplement the written testimony of the Tribal Coalition, which you have in your packet. I'm going to speak to improving CQE transfers. I'm going to ask the council to analyze increasing the purchase limits of individual CQEs, and then more broadly to maybe change the way we look at CQEs, and this would touch on both quota eligibility certificates and minimum age requirements. And just quickly up front, in case I run out of time, I want to lightly touch on a couple issues not in the coalition letter. First, I think it's obvious to me at least that these issues aren't ready to move forward for an analysis, but probably need an expanded discussion paper. And so I would encourage the council to take that approach at this meeting to expand your discussion paper to better develop issues and elements for analysis. I think looking at the black cod vessel cap for ADAC makes sense. Also expanding the IFQ landing areas and relaxing the prior notice requirements suggested by advocates from Southeast also makes sense for the council. I would ask that the range of assessment for relaxing the notice of landing requirements, maybe looked at between 2,500 pounds and 7,500 pounds. I think there's order of magnitude that are different for different size communities, and a range with regard to relaxing the notice of landing requirements would be helpful in terms of final decision making for the council. Also, and Mr. Minor raised the federal processing permit for ADAC, or the ADAC CQE, I should say. And as most of you know, I was in the council, I don't know, the year 12, 13, when we were looking at codfish LLPs for CQE communities in the Gulf. And we realized that in some instances, because of remoteness, if a community was actually going to be able to use their codfish LLPs, they were going to need to have an opportunity to obtain a federal processing permit, an FPP. And as Mr. Minor has pointed out, ADAC was not part of the mix at that time, but I feel that looking at a FPP for the ADAC CQE is in keeping with what the council decided previously with regard to CQEs, and would be appropriate for the council to include in an expanded discussion paper. Now, the analysis really does a good job in outlining the problems associated with CQE quota transfers, especially in-season transfers. And Uzinki and Cape Barnabas both have struggled with this issue over many years. We've lost opportunity to fish quota, and some transfers have taken up to 8 weeks. And this isn't RAM or NOAA's fault. We have some great people in RAM that have worked with us. But the fact that the CQE transfers are outside of the commuter system and the commuter system doesn't work for CQEs is an endless source of frustration. And so we, as CQEs functioning now, believe that solving this transfer problem is sort of our most immediate need that we need to fix. And it has caused and will continue to cause tangible economic harm if we don't find some way to make these transfers more efficient. I encourage the staff to expand the discussion paper and explore additional possible solutions. The paper was a little disjointed when it started talking about solutions. It identified transfers between CQE individuals and indicated this would be subleases and discarded that. But that was the only approach they took as how to solve the problem. And then they talked a lot about an upcoming integrated fisheries application system that would help all stakeholders. But I'm really skeptical about that. And no timeline is provided. And I don't think the CQEs can wait for NIMS to develop a system, or I'm not sure NIMS even has the resources at this point, given national funding, to develop such a system. So I would say that we left with a discussion paper that identified an issue, but really has struggled to find solutions. We're proposing that the council look at an approach, and this is more detailed in our letter from the Tribal Coalition, that CQEs are issued the IFQ certificate, and the CQE entity designated who fishes a quota without going through the transfer process. In other words, the CQE is responsible and accountable for the use of their quota, and they're required to report on the use of the quota in their annual CQE report. An individual fisher would go to the processing plant with the CQE's IFQ certificate and a letter of authorization and designation from the CQE, and that would allow them to deliver the CQE halibut. In other words, let's recognize after 20 years that CQEs are not like individual quota shareholders. They're more like an entity that's accountable to its own board of directors as well as the community at large. And taking this approach, that is looking at the CQEs as being independent entities and let them be a decision maker relatively to their quota, also has implications for the other issues in the current discussion paper, which have to do with certificate eligibility and age. Let the CQE decide who should fish their quota without a certificate eligibility and not necessarily with a late age requirement, because the community knows who best fishes the quota. I see I'm running out of time, but I would advocate for the expansion of the CQE caps. I would like to share an anecdote relative to my recent experience of why this issue has come up, and I'll stop there, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your testimony. We'll see if there are any questions. Yes, Mr. Mole.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Fields, for your testimony here. It sounds like, at least in part, that you're supporting part of the AP motion, specifically alternative 2, where it's called for assignment of quota to a managing entity. Have you had a chance to take a look at that? And if so, is that hit on a touch on your ask there relative to the entity receiving the quota and manage it, I guess, similar to CDQ quota?
I have, Mr. Mueller, and I'd be supportive of that. I think that should be part of the discussion paper. I understood for the analyst point of view, it might require a fair amount of work, but I do think that work may be worthwhile for the council. We are not, the CQ program are not CDQ, we know that. But in terms of how NIMS views quota allocated to an entity, I think our situation could be very parallel to the CDQ and would then solve a number of problems that we're addressing in this discussion paper, to view the CQE as sort of an independent decision-making body once the quota is transferred. And of course, have the CQE accountable to NIMS, but not have to interact with NIMS or work to transfer quota or work under the eligibility certificate guidelines to get the quota fished within the community. So I hope that answered your question.
Yes, thank you.
And Ms. Kimball.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Mr. Fields, for your testimony. My question is on the one issue you started to touch on briefly that isn't in the discussion paper and isn't in the AP motion, and that's on expansion of the use caps for individual CQEs. And so I need to hear more why that might be needed, and to confirm that you're not looking for an overall change to the overall amount of quota that the CQE program could hold.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Nicole, or Ms. Kimball, excuse me. Yeah, we have to remember that when the CQE program was implemented, there were overall caps for the respective areas. And those caps were 21% of the quota in Area 3A and 15% of the quota in Area 2C, if I'm remembering correctly. So we have these programmatic goals, so to speak, already in place. But each community in 3A, we're limited to about 48,000 pounds. In 2C now, it's about 31,000 pounds. That cap has inhibited in some ways community allocating resources toward the CQE program. And this occurred both in Old Harbor and Uzinki within the last year. I was involved in strategic planning process where a community were assessing 5 and 10-year plans and how to develop economic stability in the community. And of course, the CQE program came up because both participated in the program. But with the limitation, these are 3A communities, the limitation of 48,000 pounds per community, that really only supports 2 or perhaps 3 fishers with any kind of a serious fishing effort. And as part of the strategic planning, while they're very supportive of the CQ program, they didn't see this as a future because they saw this limitation would only benefit a few people in the community. I'm suggesting that we work within the additional overall caps, the 21% and the 15%, but allow individual communities that want to dedicate resources or want to dream about the possibility of dedicating resources and look beyond this 50,000 or 48,000 pound cap for halibut, and we can do the parallel numbers for sablefish, and allow the expansion should they be able to commit resources or should they develop a strategic plan that identifies expanding the CQE. And I'm thinking in Uzinki, if we could support 7 or 8 fishermen, 150,000 pounds, triple the cap, or maybe in Old Harbor we need 9 or 10 fishermen. Maybe we need to raise the cap by 5 times or something like that. But that then allows the community to see a future in the CQE program that supports a significant amount of community members, Madam Chair. I know that was a long explanation, but I hope that answered your question, Ms. Kimball.
Yes, thanks.
Yeah, and Mr. Ritchie.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for your testimony, Mr. Fields. I guess I'm just curious about this cap. I think I would like to see this in a discussion paper. I think it's really interesting. But I'm wondering, you referenced right now it's a 48,000 pound cap for CQE. And is that allocations in 3A are low relative to the time series, I guess really any time series. So I'm wondering if that cap has supported more fishermen in the past, and if it's been, if that was seen as more adequate 10 years ago, if this is more of just a recent issue.
Great question. Of course, we ebb and flow with the overall quota. The federal regulations issue that cap in terms of total quota share, and the amount of quota share pool doesn't change, but of course the IFQ assigned to the quota share does. I think the specific answer to your question is because of the limitations of the CQEs in terms of the amount of quota they've been able to purchase. Let's say Uzinki, for example, that had 32,000 pounds last year down to about 20% drop, about 25,000 or 26,000 pounds this year. That really supports 1 vessel and 1 skiff fisherman. At 50,000 pounds, you're talking about 2 vessels and a skiff fisherman, or perhaps 3 vessels. So that's a comparative. I think from the CQE's perspective, and this is really important, this is an important point to make about CQEs, when they're buying quota for an indefinite period of time. This is a community trust. This is something that, at least in the minds of the communities I work with, will never be sold, will never be transferred. And so the iterative ebbs and flows that an individual fisherman has to look at in terms of their cash flow and their business plan are looked at very differently when you're looking at a community of a multi-generational time frame. And so I think with regard to your specific question, yes, as quota goes down, it impacts communities, and perhaps that could be a justification for looking at higher caps. But that only is part of the larger picture of what's needed for these CQ communities. Did I answer your question?
Yeah, I think you did mostly. I think I'm just really curious about this idea, and maybe I can follow up with you offline sometime soon. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you for your testimony, Mr. Fields.
Thank you all. Nice to visit.
Next testifier is Oysten Lone, followed by Linda Bankin.
Good afternoon, council members. For the record, my name is Oysten Lone, a fisherman. I fished blackcod out in the Aleutians from 2001 and then buying a boat 2011 and I'm buying quota out west and fishing 2012 to 2019. ADAC Community Development Corporation has a significant quota, 650,000 pounds of CQE. Cap is 50,000 pounds. This is impractical to fish for a vessel. It needs to go away. This will make it more feasible to go fish this quota with a few boats. Fishing a cap of 50,000 pounds isn't practical because of the higher cost of going west due to it being more expensive to fish that further west. If this cap is lifted, it will open up opportunity for a few vessels to go fish Aleutian Islands areas and capture this quota. 50K is not viable for my vessels to participate. That concludes my testimony. Thank you.
Great testimony. I'll see if there are any questions. Seeing none, thanks for joining us, Stephanie.
Thank you.
Our last testifier is Linda Bankin.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Linda Benkin testifying for Alaska Longline Fishermen's Association. Thanks so much for taking this issue up. I just wanted to start by supporting the AP motion and all the work they put into that. We do support moving this combo CQE IFQ issue forward for analysis or an expanded discussion paper as the government shutdown allows and the council identifies. I'm sure you remember, but the CQE program was set up in 2003 because even at that point, we recognized that there was this exodus of quota from small, rural, and largely indigenous communities. And yet, despite some efforts to address that, the 20-year review documented an ongoing loss of quota, and the 2024 review showed that in fact, that loss of quota from some of those communities is now complete, where there are no IFQs left in the community. We started working a number of years ago to address that by first establishing a low-cost, low-risk loan program, a quota bank, and now are working with Sea Alaska, Tlingit Haida Central Council, and Spruce Root to establish a regional CQE for Southeast Alaska. And in doing the outreach for establishing that regional CQE, some of the issues that are in front of you now came out as being big barriers to participation by residents in a CQE, even if we were able to address the capital problems and buy that quota and anchor it in that community. Those are the issues that are before you today, such as the 150-day TEC requirement. If there are no commercial platforms left in the community, it's really difficult for someone in that community to come up with those 150 days. So we ask that that be waived for people when they are fishing the CQEs. On this issue of allowing in-season transfer, we know that in the first few years of a CQE managing quota among their residents, there is going to need to be some movement of quota between those residents as people figure out how much they can catch, what it takes for them to catch. We do need to solve this problem. I know Duncan spoke to this quite a bit. We have experience owning as our trust A shares, where we have a number of different people listed on the quota as a quote hired skipper. They can fish those shares. It's up to us to make sure that collectively they don't go over the total annual IFQ that we have assigned. We suggest that that's an option you could look at for the CQE, where that quota is issued to the CQE. We put people's name on that permit and they fish the quota, but it allows us to move it around as people are best able to harvest the quota within the community. And I would say that works for us with people who have IFQs, as well as are fishing these A shares. I think it can work the same way for people who have IFQs and are fishing CQEs. Relative to some of the access and IFQ issues with CQE and IFQ with access to markets, there are definitely constraints right now on people in these rural communities getting that fish to market. Allowing tenders to pick up fish in a broader range of areas will make a huge difference for people fishing CQEs or fishing quota in remote areas, as will this expanding the window for unloading quota. We have quite a few trollers with small amounts of quota. They come in to unload often after dark. They want to turn around quick, be out for the morning bite. They're trying to unload that halibut at 10 or 11 at night, currently not allowed to, have to stay in until after 6 in the morning, which really costs them as far as, being back on the fishing grounds during a really tight and valuable part of their season. So expanding that window is important. I would say there's one maybe word that I would change in the purpose and needs suggested to you from the AP. I think right now they talk about expanding access to markets temporally spatially and geographically. I would change that to temporally and geographically to address both the time and spatial constraints that are a problem for accessing markets. On the minimum age issue, we have never thought that was a problem. I took my kids fishing when they were 5 months old. They earned a TEC long before they were 18 and bought quota and used that income to help them pay for college. If the agency is committed to having some kind of minimum age, we would support looking at 12, 16, and 18, has been suggested by the advisory panel. And on the beneficiary issue, I would say there's really no further action needed at this time. And thanks, I'll stop there.
Thank you for your testimony. Let me see if there are any questions. Yes, Ms. Kimball.
Thank you. Thank you for your testimony, Ms. Finken. I think one of the questions is pretty specific. We heard some testimony previous and then looking at the AP motion about the prior, sorry, I better look it up before I say something. About restricting the unload hours that you just spoke to. And I think in your testimony or in the AP testimony, it was 2,000 pounds as a potential criteria. We heard greater than 2,000 pounds, maybe up to 7,500 pounds. Is there a reason to look at just 2,000 pounds?
Through the chair, Ms. Kimball, thanks for that question. We certainly wouldn't be opposed to looking at a higher number. I think we want to make sure this flexibility is provided for these smaller landings. That was the number that was flagged by our members as what people are taking incidental to a troll fishery or what we would expect a skiff fisherman participating in a CQE fishery to be landing at any one time. I know at some point the agency becomes uncomfortable if these unloads are happening outside of hours when they feel like they can easily get there to check and make sure everything is being done legally. So we're willing to look at higher numbers and just would I guess, balance those two considerations, providing flexibility without compromising enforcement, and take a stand on that based on what the analysis brings back to you.
Thank you.
Okay, Ms. Bowen.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Ms. Finken, for your testimony. I appreciate your comments about the low-risk loan program and the quota bank and some of these capital solutions to help new entrants and communities be involved in fisheries. I think those may be very useful across some of our other sectors as well. So offline, I would love to talk with you and learn more about that. But my question was on your example regarding IFQ in the community you're working with, and you were explaining how that might be able to apply to the CQE, but I didn't fully follow that. Can you give a quick recap of that parallel?
Yeah, through the chair, Ms. Goen, if I'm following your question, what we're looking to do is set up a regional CQE. So a CQE that any community in Southeast Alaska can be part of. And some of that decision to operate at that level is that we've seen the challenges for individual communities, both to raise the capital to buy quota, but also have to have the capacity to fulfill the paperwork requirements from the agency to manage the quota, to do the reporting. And so trying to provide that scale and capacity at the regional level while assigning quota as we can raise capital to purchase it to individual communities and working with them to manage that quota to meet the goals that they identify for their community. And I hope that answered your question. I'm not sure I was on the right track there.
No, that's really helpful. Thanks.
Thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
That concludes our public testimony on our D2 agenda item. Let's stand down and consider testimony that we've come back at 2:20 and see if the council would like to take action. Thank you.
people change their mind. And
That's
just
not
like-
gonna happen.
Welcome back, everyone. So we have finished our staff presentation and public testimony on D2. Would the council like to take action? Ms. Kimball.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I do have a motion on D2.
We'll wait for that to get up on the screen.
Thank you. The motion reads, the council requests an expanded discussion paper that retains the existing community quota entity, CQE, and individual fishing quota, IFQ program issues in the October 2025 paper, 1 through 4 below, and adds background on and discussion of 4 new issues, 5 through 8, such that a comprehensive package could be considered. 1, ability of CQE to assign and manage quota in season, for example, explore processes similar to CDQ permitting for halibut or hired master's permits. 2, allow time tendering in any federal or state commercial fishery off Alaska to count toward the 150-day transfer eligibility certificate, TEC requirement to receive annual IFQ. 3, consider waiving the TEC requirement for individuals fishing annual IFQ derived from CQE held quota share. 4, replace the existing NIMS interim policy with a regulation to establish a minimum age to be eligible to receive IFQ or QS by transfer, for example, 12, 16, or 18. 5, potential to increase or remove the 50,000-pound sablefish vessel use cap for the Aleutian Islands CQE program. 6, expansion of the designated unload areas for tenders receiving IFQ or CQE halibut or sablefish. 7, potential to waive the prior notice of landing requirement and restricted unload hours for small IFQ CQE deliveries, for example, less than or equal to 2,000 pounds. 8, potential to increase the amount of quota an individual Gulf of Alaska CQE can hold. No change to the overall cap for the entire program, which is 21% of the total halibut QS and 21% of the total sablefish QS in each IFQ regulatory area in which CQEs are eligible to hold quota share. With the second, I'll speak to it.
I'll second that, Moeller.
Thank you for the second, Mr. Moeller. I really appreciated the discussion paper, and I just tried to line this out as there are some issues that I think were well covered in the paper, and really the first 4 in this motion are really what's already in the paper for the most part, with the exceptions of, I think, some expansion of what we want to think about under number 1. But for the most part, I'm not looking for a lot of new work around issues 1 through 4. I just didn't feel comfortable going straight to an analysis when we had several new issues pop up, which are completely legitimate to try to consider. And so I put those in what's here as 5 through 8. So I think the idea here is just to keep the paper going, get some expanded discussion of these newer issues that both the AP picked up in a couple of those instances, and both we heard in public testimony in a couple additional instances. And then we could get this expanded discussion paper back, obviously get more public comment back on kind of what these issues mean, whether there are NIMS, whether NIMS has strong feelings about any of these issues or the implementation feasibility of any of these issues, which we just clearly don't have that level of input at this meeting. And then obviously be able to think about priorities in putting a package together if the council so chooses on CQE and IFQ issues. I guess I would just point out that they are really mixed in this grouping. So I grouped them in a way that was trying to show what we've already looked at in 1 through 4 and what are kind of new issues as of this meeting, not covered in the discussion paper in 5 through 8. But you could have grouped them differently. IFQ issues are number 2, 4, 6, and 7, and CQE issues are the remainder. So this is what I put forward. I don't think I need to step through each of these as we just discussed them in the PowerPoint presentation, but I'd be glad to answer any questions.
Thank you for the motion, Ms. Kimball. Are there any questions? Mr. Williams.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Ms. Kimball, for your motion. Similar to the AP, I noted that you did not address or talk about some of the beneficiary discussions that had come up. Was that you just chose not to speak to those issues?
Yes, thank you. Through the chair, Mr. Williams, I did not include that in this motion. I didn't see public comment or get anyone reaching out to me with a different scenario of what to do with that quota. I think through the presentation, we heard from staff that if the council doesn't do anything, that quota still is retained by that holder and they could sell it. They just can't fish it themselves or lease it to someone or get a TEC to then fish it themselves because that window has closed. So if other council members have other ideas on how to do that as opposed to the current system, I'm sure open to hear it, but I didn't capture it in this motion. I really didn't hear any feedback on that.
Thank you. I appreciate your rationale on that. Appreciate it.
Do you have any other questions? Any amendments? Mr. Moore.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Madam Chairman. I think I believe a simple amendment to the motion here, and that is to extend the discussion paper, and I forwarded it to staff.
Okay, maybe we'll just wait for that to get on the screen.
Okay.
like we got it on screen, Mr. Mueller.
Okay, thank you, Madam Chair. The expanded discussion paper should also provide background and clarification on whether current regulations allow CQEs in the Gulf of Alaska and the Aleutian Islands to hold federal processing permits. And with a second, I can speak to my amendment.
Second, Sakata.
Thank you, Mr. Shikata. Just real briefly, Madam Chair, as we heard in public testimony, the CQE program created in 2021 with the federal processing permit was adopted by the council in 2011. And it appears it was primarily for the Gulf CQE program. This was prior to the council amending the CQE program to include the Aleutian Islands CQE in 2014. And it appears the Aleutian Islands CQE is not afforded the ability to apply for a federal processing permit. The National Marine Fisheries Service website allows for Gulf CQEs to apply for a federal processing permit, but not the Aleutian Islands CQE. We also heard, Madam Chair, in public testimony, some of the rationale for the federal processing permit program when it was included in the Gulf of Alaska CQE program. Specifically to touch on a couple of them was improved stability, improved value and sustainability of community and resources, as well as local economic benefits. So including this in the expanded discussion paper, I believe is appropriate vehicle to flesh out these issues and hopefully give the council more information to determine if it warrants further action when the paper comes back. Thank you, Madam Chair. That's all I have.
Thank you, Mr. Mueller. And I'll see if there are any questions on the amendment. Any comments on the amendment? Yes, Ms. Kimball.
Thank you. I'm just reading through again. Yeah, I'll be supportive of the amendment. I honestly don't quite know if there is expanded authority needed for a CQE, any CQE to hold a federal processing permit, aside from being an owner of a processing facility and getting a business license. But because I know so little and we don't have NIM staff here to elucidate, I really appreciate Mr. Mueller finding a way to get this in this paper so we understand what the status quo is and if regulations need to be changed. So I'll support this.
Thank you, Ms. Kimball. Any other comments? Is there any objection to the motion or the amendment? Seeing none, that amendment carries without objection. Any comments on the amended main motion? Seeing none. Oh, Ms. Baker.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll be brief. I just wanted to thank Ms. Kimball for doing a good job, as she always does, of synthesizing the information in front of us, and particularly what we heard in public comment. Obviously, a lot of thought has gone into the issues 1 through 4 that were already in front of us, and issues 5 through 8, including the new addition from Mr. Mueller. And I think while there's a lot there, I think it's all worth looking at, and I will support the motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Baker. Any other comments? Seeing none, thank you for your work on this, Ms. Kimball. See if there's any objection. Seeing none, that motion carries. Any further action on D2? Let's move to D4, our programmatic evaluation. And get just with us. Yes. I think we're just waiting for her to get on the screen. So just a couple moments, please.
Sorry, this is Katie. Are you waiting on me? I just had to rejoin as a panelist, but I'm here.
Yep. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Just give me 1 minute to share my slides. Okay, does everything look good?
Yes.
Great. Okay. Well, thank you, Madam Chair, members of the council. Good afternoon. For the record, I'm Katie Latonich, council staff, and I'll be talking through D4, the programmatic evaluation, this afternoon. So work on this action is currently on pause. This was last discussed at the April 2025 council meeting. And at that time, the council recommended pausing work on the programmatic process in order to reassess council and NIMS resources, and also to allow for further consideration of the need, vehicle, and process for making changes to fishery management plan goals and objectives. So where we are today is picking up that discussion from April. Again, this work is currently on pause. And so the action for discussion today is to determine next steps on the programmatic. And those options could include option 1, which would be to resume staff work, or option 2, which would be to take no further action at this time. So the action memo provides updated context and outlines the implications of either pathway. So just in brief, if we were to resume staff work on the programmatic evaluation, staff would still be looking for more guidance from the council on how you'd like to interpret and analyze alternative 2, so we could move forward with the analysis. And on the other hand, if the council desires to take no further action on the programmatic, there are 2 next steps you would have to take as a result. One of those would be to update the Inflation Reduction Act work plan for climate resilience. And then the second step is we would have to resume triennial review of the Groundfish FMP objectives. So I'll walk through each of those steps in more depth in today's presentation. So first, I'll briefly revisit where the council left things with the April 2025 discussion. As a reminder, the council adopted a purpose and need statement for the programmatic evaluation in June of 2023. This is here for reference, so I won't read through that in depth, but just touch on the reminders about what, why, and how of the programmatic. So the purpose was to ensure the council's policy guidance is comprehensive, can meet current and future challenges in the fisheries, and improves the council's ecosystem-based approach. And within that, the intent was to use the best available science, specifically including climate science and local knowledge, traditional knowledge, and subsistence information, as well as to recognize Alaska tribes and communities that depend on subsistence resources. In terms of why, the purpose need points to changing conditions, new council work, and climate-related impacts to council-managed fisheries. And the how, the action under consideration would be to revise the management policy, goals, and objectives for all fishery management plans under the authority of the council with the exclusion of the Arctic FMP. So the 2 alternatives under this action are here on the screen. Alternative 1 would be the status quo, which is to maintain the council's current ecosystem-based management policy and objectives. And just as a reminder, the council currently has separate policy goals, objectives, and in some cases, policy statements for each of its FMPs. Alternative 2 would be to adopt a more adaptive ecosystem-based set of management goals and objectives that would be consistent or the same across FMPs. And within this, there would be an emphasis on climate resilience tools, incorporating local and traditional knowledge, and new tools for assessing and adapting to risk. And staff have requested the council provide a little more guidance on what alternative 2 could look like, because there could be multiple ways of interpreting this. So we want to make sure that if we were to move forward with an analysis, staff are bringing back a document that's helping move the conversation forward. So we've kind of been at this point in the discussion for a few past meetings. So again, the council discussed the programmatic most recently in April of 2025. And at that time, staff provided a discussion document that included some draft language, including examples of revised cross-FMP goals and some examples of what management objectives could look like. And this discussion document was at the direction of the council. So back in December of 2024, the council directed staff to come back with a discussion document that again included some draft language that would be a starting point for discussion. And part of the reasoning was that it's difficult to wordsmith the language of goals and objectives, and by providing something concrete, it would provide kind of a more of a starting point for the council and the public to respond to. So I'll touch on the discussion document a little bit more later in this talk, but That April discussion concluded with the council's motion, again, recommending pausing work on the programmatic evaluation process, again, for the reason of reassessing council and NIMS resources and allowing more time and further consideration of the need, vehicle, and process to address changes to FMP goals and objectives. So that brings us to where we are today with our October discussion. And again, the action before the council is to determine next steps on the programmatic. And again, broadly, those two pathways would be to either option 1, resume staff work, or option 2, which would be to take no further action at this time. Before I walk through those two options, I'll just briefly touch on resources. The main change since April is that the council has received the full amount of $2.5 million in IRA funding requested from NIMS. And that means that we do have this IRA funding available to support work that helps advance the council's IRA objectives, whether that's through the programmatic or other work in support of those objectives. And I'll talk a little bit more about that later as well. And as we know, recent and potential changes to NIMS staffing and budget unpredictability for both organizations continue to create some ongoing uncertainty. So first, I'll walk through the implications of resuming staff work on the programmatic evaluation.
Ms. Lieutenant,
yes.
Question before we move on, Ms. Kimball.
Oh, thanks. Maybe I should have waited, but could you go back to your previous slide, Ms. Lieutenant?
Sure.
I guess that's what I wanted to better understand, and if you're about to get to it, I'll wait. But even if we had the IRA funding to support staff work on the programmatic, council staff work, we anticipated in our previous work plan this needing a lot of support and work by NIMS staff. So that's not kind of accounted for in this. We have IRA funding in order to support this project. Is that correct?
Through the chair, yes, Ms. Kimball. So that is strictly speaking about council staff time. Okay. I can't really speak to agency time. When we did have our planning discussions prior to this meeting, they indicated that they, obviously resources are constrained, but if the council wished to move this forward, they would, be able to. Sorry, I wish they were here to answer this better, but they would be available to provide the necessary level of staff report.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Okay, so getting back to what we would need if we were to proceed with option 1, resuming staff work. As I mentioned earlier, staff would continue to request some guidance on the council's desired interpretation and analysis of alternative 2 for a few reasons. One is that, as staff, we want to make sure that we're developing an analysis that helps move this conversation forward. Of course, it's important for the council and the public to understand the potential scope of changes and how the council would intend for this revised policy guidance to shape future management actions. And it would also be important, of course, for us to determine the appropriate level of analytical and NEPA review. So if the council did want to resume work on the programmatic, staff would suggest revisiting the information that was provided in that April 2025 discussion documents. Again, because this document provided language for draft revised cross-FMP goals and management objectives that could provide a starting point for discussion. As we've emphasized before, and I want to emphasize again, so even though staff did provide this draft language as a starting point for discussion, it is very closely grounded in conversations the council and the public have already had. So this is just a list of all of the past conversations, workshops, and work products that we look to when trying to develop this draft language. So when we presented this back in April, we described the policy language as potentially a spectrum or a scale of approaches, where the status quo, alternative 1, would maintain the council's current ecosystem-based management policy and objectives. And it's important to note under the existing groundfish management policy, that's already described as a precautionary and adaptive management approach. It's also worth pointing out that this language was drafted at different points in the development of those fishery management plans. And so the way it's worded may not fully reflect council work that's in progress or recognize climate-related challenges and risks. Alternative 2 would be a more adaptive ecosystem-based approach. And this is where staff felt there could be a few different ways of interpreting this. And again, so that's why we've looked for more guidance from the council to make sure that we'd be bringing back an analysis that is in line with your interests. So what we described as approach 2A would be updating FMP policy language to bring it more in line with planned and existing council work. So it's kind of more a matter of updating language. Whereas approach 2B would be more about revising and updating policy language to be even more risk averse than the current trajectory. And if the council were interested in this approach, this in particular is where staff would be especially interested in further guidance. So again, this is kind of beyond the point at which staff would feel comfortable suggesting language. So the council could choose to explore one or both of these approaches or something different. Again, we're just asking for your guidance on which you would like to see analyzed. So to conclude the discussion of option 1, if the council would if the council elects to consider, the council elects to continue staff work on the programmatic evaluation, these are the 2 questions staff would be looking for direction on. So first, whether the council has a preferred approach to interpreting alternative 2. Again, whether that's based on current or planned work or more risk averse than the current trajectory, or whether you'd want us to analyze both. And then second, if the council did want to consider a more risk averse approach, what could this look like? And are there particular areas in which the council would want to be more risk averse? So for example, looking at the types of goal statements already under the Groundfish FMP, that could be with regard to, say, biological sustainability or bycatch or habitat protection, or any one or any combination of those goals. Finally, I just want to touch briefly on NEPA considerations, since this has been a focus of past discussions. The key points here are just, again, that staff would work with NIMS to determine the appropriate level of analysis once we had a clear set of alternatives defined. And as a reminder, this programmatic evaluation is a new action at this point. It is not a revision of, or an update to, or tiered from the 2004 Programmatic Supplemental EIS for the Groundfish FMPs. As well as we've discussed, changes in NEPA guidance would limit the duration of time and the page limits for documents at this point, which I mentioned here just as a reminder that the 2004 PSEIS was quite a lengthy document at several thousand pages and several years in the making. So that's not something we would be able to replicate at this point in time. So going back to this decision point, having talked through option 1, we'll talk about what it would entail for the council to take no further action. First, it's important to emphasize that the vehicle and process for council to update policy guidance are council decisions. And so there's no requirement for the council to continue doing this through the programmatic evaluation process. And if the council chooses no further action at this time, staff would not schedule the programmatic for further discussion unless we were directed to do so. And as with any action, the council could choose to bring this action back at any time, but depending on when that happens, you may need to develop a new or revised purpose and need statements and alternatives. So there are 2 additional next steps or implications of taking this course of action. First is staff would need to make some adjustments to the IRA funding work plan. And the second is we would need to reinstitute triennial review of the Bering Sea, Aleutian Islands, and Gulf of Alaska Groundfish FMP objectives. And so I'll talk through each of those in turn. So first, with regard to the IRA funding work plan, if the council does not continue with the programmatic evaluation, we would need to make some adjustments to that work plan, which we believe is doable. The council's original funding proposal envisioned that the programmatic evaluation would be the process vehicle for 2 objectives. The first being to develop a climate resilient management policy, and the second being continuing work to incorporate local and traditional knowledge. So the council's intent for IRA funding, since this proposal was first drafted back in late 2023, early 2024, was to build on and advance existing work that's in progress. And so we think it's definitely possible to continue doing that with adjustments to the IRA work plan. So just to clarify, we would not need to resolve any changes to the work plan for today's discussion. But just to note that this would need to happen, and that we think as staff, there are other ways we can find of supporting work that would be within the original scope of the grant.
Thank you. Let's pause for a question. Ms. Kimball?
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Latanich. I guess I just want to emphasize this. I was looking at your previous slide 23 as well. It is not then that the council can't address those things like better incorporation or tracking progress on incorporation of LKTK or, furthering our climate resiliency plan. It's just that we don't need to do it through a programmatic as the vehicle. I want to make sure I can understand that we would still have an option as you're going through this to update our policy guidance on these or any issues. We just have a choice about whether we use a programmatic as the vehicle for that or any other vehicle. Am I getting that right?
Yes, thank you. Thank you for the question through the chair, Ms. Kimball. The IRA funding does not obligate the council to use the programmatic evaluation as the process for achieving those objectives. We do have the discretion to find other pathways for advancing all three of those.
Thank you.
Okay, and the last point under the IRA work plan is if the council chooses no further action on the programmatic, we would likely provide an update during staff tasking, likely at the December meeting, to talk about these adjustments. The second implication of no further action on the programmatic would be that the council would need to reinstitute periodic review of the Groundfish FMP objectives. So I'll talk briefly about what this entails. To be very clear, this is a separate action from the programmatic evaluation, although there are some parallels because both of these actions are both efforts to revisit policy guidance. These groundfish management policy reviews are a long-standing self-imposed requirement that the council first put in place back in 2004 as part of the groundfish FMPs. And sorry, just go back to that language. So within those FMPs, the council stated that adaptive management requires regular and periodic review, and therefore that objectives identified in the policy statement would be reviewed annually by the council. So that has been the council's practice. Originally, this was an annual requirement, though in 2019, the council adjusted the review period to every 3 years instead of doing this every year, which was intended to kind of better align with the multi-year timeline of council actions. And so this last review was conducted in 2022 and covered the years 2019 through 2021. I wanted to briefly highlight these groundfish programmatic work plan updates, since not everybody who may have had an interest in the programmatic evaluation may be familiar with what these look like. So at every council meeting, council staff provide an update to the groundfish work plan using this format. This is the most recent one or not quite the most recent one, this is from April of 2025. The groundfish FMPs include 9 goals and 45 objectives. And so at every council meeting, staff kind of go through this process of mapping how current, recent, ongoing, and pending actions within the groundfish FMP relate to the goals and objectives of that plan. And so it's kind of a snapshot in time that shows how the council's current work maps against those goals and objectives, and this is continuously updated. Now, the triennial review process builds on this, and they're more comprehensive than these in-meeting updates. Of course, because they're looking at 3 years rather than just kind of a current meeting snapshot. So with these comprehensive 3-year reviews, council staff prepare an expanded summary of council activities relative to goals and objectives. And it's also a chance to look at additional information that may be relevant to groundfish FMP objectives, but is kind of beyond the direct scope of just the groundfish FMPs. So that could include things like changes in council practices, maybe new information or science products, ongoing initiatives, changes in NIMS guidance, other council priorities that may not be linked to a single action. In brief, it kind of provides a wider lens to look at how work the council is doing may relate to groundfish FMP objectives, even if it's not limited to just the scope of the groundfish FMP. So this next required review would have been folded into the programmatic evaluation process, and that was noted in the April 2025 Groundfish Work Plan update. So if the council were to or had proceeded with the programmatic evaluation, this triennial requirement would have been met in that way. And if the council does not proceed with the programmatic, again, we would need to kind of pick up that process again. Now, a typical groundfish management policy review kind of follows the same format. This is just highlighting the tasks from the action memo for the last review, but these have been pretty similar over time. Typically, the council's tasking is to review the management policy, review council actions and work relative to the policy, consider whether any modifications to the management objectives may be needed, and consider whether any additional council actions might be needed to better fulfill the management policy. So the next groundfish management policy review could follow the approach of previous reviews. It could look very similar to that approach. It could also take a different approach this time around. Council staff don't typically prepare a work plan document, but if the council wanted to follow a different approach, that's something that we would do. So for example, we could choose to take, or the council could choose to take a longer term, more comprehensive perspective, for example, by looking at a longer time period. So it's been 20 years since these goals and objectives were adopted, so that could be appropriate at this time. It could also be a chance to incorporate a broader range of issues, maybe that are beyond the scope of a single goal area or a single management objective. That can include topics like climate resilience and integration of local and traditional knowledge, and other topics that have been a focus of the programmatic evaluation process. Just to clarify, this is only required by and would be limited to the groundfish FMPs, but if the council found this approach useful, it is something that could be extended to other FMPs. And if the council did choose to go in this direction, staff would prepare a work plan for the council to discuss during staff tasking, likely at the December 2025 meeting. So, looks like we have a question.
Thank you, Ms. Golan.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Ms. Latanich, for the presentation. My question's back on the previous slide. I appreciate you mentioning that this approach is only for the groundfish FMPs, and yeah, I'm just trying to think more consistency across our FMPs, and if we're trying to look at a more holistic approach, ecosystem-based approach, wouldn't it warrant looking across the FMPs? So I think if I heard you correctly, the council could choose to do that. This model is just showing what it would look like for groundfish. Is that correct?
Yeah, through the chair, Ms. Goen, that's correct. I think as a matter of staff time and resources, we could only work through one of these review processes at a time, but you raised a good question about if the council's desire were to achieve more consistency across FMPs, that is probably something you would want to consider either as part of this work plan or as part of a longer term plan to go through this process for multiple FMPs.
Thanks.
Okay. Ms. Kimball.
Thank you. I don't know if this is an appropriate question, but since we're on this slide, Ms. Latanich, I'm wondering why we would need a work plan for this action if we went this direction, given that it's, you know, reinstituting a previous process. And I thought what we were getting in this meeting with this presentation and any further direction from the council is providing the direction that a work plan would provide. So I guess I'm wondering what else you would be putting in a work plan besides what you've got in this presentation.
Thank you for the question, and through the chair, Ms. Kimball. The council would not necessarily have to develop a work plan for this review, and I don't think that's been the case with past reviews. So again, I think this has essentially been the work plan for previous reviews, was for staff to prepare this kind of compiled list of council actions relative to goals and objectives and provide that in table format, and the council would look at that and discuss these 4 questions and consider whether any changes need to be made. We would suggest doing a work plan if the council wanted to do something different from past approaches. So for example, if you wanted to make this a more comprehensive or longer term look or cover topics that aren't typically covered in these annual and then triennial reviews. And so if the council did want to potentially explore some different ways of going about this review process, that would be the substance of a work plan and some ideas we could bring back in December. So the council would not need to specify what that work plan could look like at this meeting, though of course you could provide some initial direction. The thinking is that we could provide some ideas for you to think about at the December meeting.
Thanks.
Madam Chair, were there any further questions?
I don't think so. Thank you.
Okay, I was almost done. Just this final slide is just to look ahead at what the next steps might be given the council's direction. Given the 2 potential directions the council could take, this is kind of just a tentative look forward at what the next few meetings might entail. So if the council goes with option 1 of resuming staff work on the programmatic, again, we would still be looking for the council to discuss and refine the interpretation of alternative 2. And of course, December is the earliest this could happen, though I think that would need to be a kind of a staff tasking discussion about when that could happen as well. On that schedule, the draft analysis, probably the earliest the council could see that would be sometime in late 2026. If the council were to proceed with no further action on this, staff would plan to present an updated IRA work plan at the December meeting, probably under B reports. And following that, we would continue work in support of the IRA objectives. Additionally, if the council desired to take a potentially different approach with the Groundfish Review, we could present a work plan for discussion and council input at the December meeting. And then we would likely present that review document for council input in June of 2026. So that is it. Happy to answer any further questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Lajanic. I'll see if there are any questions. Seeing none, thank you for your presentation. So that brings us to our AP report.
I'm here, Madam Chair. I'll just wait for the motion to come up.
Okay.
Here it's at. For the record, Heather Mann, Vice Chairman of the Advisory Panel, the motion on D4. The advisory panel recommends the council select option 2 and take no further action on the Groundfish Programmatic. As a result, the AP notes that the council will need to update the IRA work plan and resume the triennial groundfish management policy review process. That motion passed unanimously 20-0, and there is rationale included in the report. Happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Ms. Mann. Before questions, I'll just ask any members of the public who are interested in testifying in D4, please do sign up before the end of this report. Are there any questions on the AP report? None, thank you.
Thanks, Madam Chair. And the AP doesn't have a report on staff tasking, so you won't have to see me again. Thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you for all of your work at this meeting. Appreciate it. That brings us to public testimony on D4. We have 2 members of the public signed up. Brendan Raymond Yacobian, followed by Caitlin Yeager.
Hi, Madam Chair. Could I have a sound check?
Yes, good afternoon.
Great, thank you. Good afternoon. Greetings, Madam Chair and members of the council. My name is Brendan Raymond Yacobian, testifying on behalf of COERIC, the Alaska Native nonprofit tribal consortium formed by and for the 20 federally recognized tribes of the Bering Strait region. COERIC would like to reiterate our main point from the previous council meeting where this agenda item was taken up. We request that the council and NIMS off-ramp from the programmatic and do so in a manner which ensures holding to the promise of no steps backwards, preserving and in the future building upon the positive steps that have been taken regarding EBFM, tribes and tribal knowledge, and community engagement. To be clear, by off-ramping, we only mean with regard to the programmatic process of the past several years. We do not mean the idea of the council ever in the future holistically examining the management system. In other words, we recommend pursuing option 2 as outlined in the action memo. Staff note in the memo that if this option is pursued, there will be a need for adjustments to the IRA work plan and the reinstitution of the triennial review of the Groundfish FMP objectives. We have recommendations pertaining to this part of the decision tree as well. With regard to the latter, the review of the Groundfish FMP objectives, we recommend that this process be highlighted in a way moving forward, which is maximally more robust and transparent for the public to engage and participate in, perhaps in a manner similar to how the SSC recently revamped its research priority setting process. A concern we've repeatedly voiced about the programmatic process was that in our view, the Groundfish FMP contains some forward-thinking language regarding working with tribes, EBFM, management that's responsive to environmental change and so on, but that those aims were not met with sufficient or timely implementation, and we wondered why that was. Facilitating greater public engagement with the FMP objectives review process can perhaps forestall stagnation on these important objectives moving forward. We also continue to support, as the SSC also has, retrospective analysis of whether, when, and how the goals and objectives have or have not been met, and why that was the case as pertains to FMPs, programs, and other key plans and guidance such as FEPs. That some of this work appears to have been done to some extent previously indicates it's achievable to do in an updated and holistic fashion, and will help create transparent discussion about foundational issues related to the management of the fishery. With regard to the other issue in the decision tree we mentioned, and that staff brought up, the adjustments to the IRA work plan, we do support the overall focus on climate readiness and the incorporation of TK and subsistence information. We believe a readjustment could allow for a greater focus on the incorporation of TK and subsistence information necessary for the council and agency to meet various mandates. Some ideas along those lines would be looking at areas where the council did not fully integrate elements of the protocol, and as well as, apologies, lost my train of thought, and asking where the council did not fully integrate recommendations from the LKTKS task force, and asking staff how capacity could be structured to best and fully achieve the vision of the protocol. It's important to note that the issue of having and building capacity to bring this information into the process will be a perpetual bottleneck for meeting this vision and mandate. So designing capacity in a way that alleviates that would be beneficial. There are also a number of avenues which can be pursued with regard to climate resilient work, such as exploring collaborative structures for science, policy setting, and management and stewardship structures, as well as the idea of enhancing and implementing precautionary principles more robustly. And finally, as another example, developing harvest control rules, which are climate robust, take into account multi-species food web interactions, such as forage, fish, and predators, and account for the disproportionate impacts that climate-induced fishery shifts and declines have on tribal and subsistence-dependent communities. If the programmatic process were to proceed, which again, we are not recommending, we would encourage establishing clear definitions regarding the process terms and potential outcomes, planning for meaningful and timely engagement and consultation with tribes and the incorporation of their knowledge and perspectives, incorporation of a robustly precautionary approach to the action, and ensuring a no steps backward stance regarding progress related to tribes and EBFM. So in closing, we'd like to reiterate our support for option 2 in the action memo, i.e. off-ramping from the programmatic process, and encourage the council to instead focus its capacity on continually improving with a no steps backward approach in terms of EBFM, precautionary management, climate readiness, community engagement, the incorporation of tribal knowledge, communities and subsistence concerns, and the results of timely and meaningful tribal consultation. And with that, I'll close my comments and thank you for the opportunity to comment.
Thank you for your testimony. Let me see if there are any questions. Yes, Ms. Kimball.
Thank you. Thank you for the testimony, Mr. Raven Yacobian. I was trying to track, there's a lot in there, but were you suggesting that we should use, or we could use, the triennial review of that vehicle to track progress on some of the things that you mentioned, like LKTK and climate readiness? Or did I misinterpret that part of your testimony?
Oh yeah, thanks, Ms. Kimball, for the question. Actually, we were just suggesting, and I apologize if I was unclear about that, we were just suggesting for that element, for the triennial review, using that as a sort of means of examining across the board, so fishery management plans, other guidance, FEPs, things of that nature, whether or not, and how and why not goals and objectives are being met. So one could argue that in there, things like the LKTKS protocol, sort of doing an update or a check-in, I guess is what you would say, to check in about that would be also apropos. But we were suggesting that component, the sort of increasing the capacity for traditional knowledge incorporation and climate ready work, that was a separate suggestion that was more along the lines of adjustments to the IRA work plan.
Thanks. I understand that now. Thanks.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, and Ms. Goen.
You, Madam Chair, and following up on Ms. Kimball's question there, just so I understand your recommendation. So you're recommending that this work continue, but just for the groundfish FMP, not looking at LKTK or climate readiness, any of these issues for the other fisheries managed under the council. Is that correct? Or are you thinking groundfish would be a test case and then we'd look at other FMPs?
No, just apologies, and thanks, Ms. Goen, for the question. And let me re-clarify again, maybe do a sort of Reader's Digest version of our ask. At the top level, it would be simply off-ramping from the programmatic process as a whole, which dealt with all of the scope of the council's actions, excluding or the council's purview, excluding the Arctic FMP. So we are recommending off-ramping from that in its entirety. But subsequent to that, as staff outlined in the action memo, further down in the decision tree, if that's the action that the council takes, staff have noted that there are two things which need to then be decided, which is then how will adjustments to the IRA work plan occur, and the question of reinstituting the triennial review of the groundfish FMP. With regard to the IRA work plan, we're recommending, with adjustments there, we're recommending two things. One, which is that resources be reallocated away from the programmatic, obviously, and towards a focus on traditional knowledge and subsistence information incorporation on the one hand and climate readiness on the other hand. Then the second aspect of that decision tree is the reinstitution of the triennial groundfish FMP review. And we're suggesting that that could be done, but it could be done in a sort of revamped manner, which is more robust, more transparent, more inclusive, similar to the way that the SSC revamped its research priority setting process. And in that, it could also be expanded to include all council plans, including, for example, FMPs, FEPs, other guidance of that nature, so that it allows for that sort of continual check-in and public input about how things are progressing, what may need to be changed, et cetera. I hope that clears things up.
Thank you. And I'm not seeing any other questions. Thank you for your testimony. We'll go to Caitlin Yeager.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the council. For the record, my name is Caitlin Yeager, and I'm here on behalf of the ATSI Processors Association. We appreciate the council's ongoing commitment to integrating ecosystem-based management, climate resilience, and LKTKS into overarching policy guidance. And my comments today echo concerns that we shared back in April, particularly around staff capacity and the importance of prioritizing resources, challenges that have only intensified in light of the government shutdown. APA supports the advisory panel's motion to select option 2, updating the IRA work plan and resuming the triennial groundfish management policy review process. The rationale provided by Ms. Mann highlights the practical advantages of option 2, with the reminder that a full programmatic evaluation is not required and is not action forcing. Triennial reviews offer a more efficient, structured, and resource-conscious way to advance the council's forward-looking objectives. To underscore that progress that is already underway, I'd like to highlight several existing mechanisms that integrate EBFM, tribal, and community considerations in the council process. For example, you have the AFSC peak meetings that inform the fall assessment cycle and provide structured opportunities to incorporate climate-related data through ecosystem status reports, ecosystem and socioeconomic profiles, and the stock assessment risk tables. The 2018 adoption of the Bering Sea Fishery Ecosystem Plan and its associated climate change and LKTKS task forces remain a key tool for maintaining ecosystem scale perspectives. We also understand the Council is reconstituting the Ecosystem Committee, which will further support this integration. While we recognize time constraints, the absence of the EFH 5-year review work plan on this agenda is a missed opportunity because this document contains information relevant to the objectives of this programmatic discussion. We understand the SSC will have an opportunity to review this in February and look forward to their feedback. The work plan includes valuable updates on new data streams, ecosystem considerations, and research priorities that closely align with the goals of the programmatic evaluation. The Groundfish Programmatic Work Plan, through its annual review cycle and triennial reviews, offers an existing structure to incorporate scientific developments and ecological shifts. There's a perception that status quo remains static, when in reality, ongoing measures are actively advancing the very initiatives under discussion today. Providing greater clarity on what status quo entails and how the Council's review structure supports continuous improvement would benefit public understanding and participation. So to close, our operations rely on the long-term sustainability of our fisheries and ecosystems, and we urge caution in committing limiting time and resources to a full programmatic and support option 2 as a focused way forward. Happy to answer any questions you may have and appreciate the opportunity to comment.
For your testimony, Ms. Jaeger, are there any questions? Yes, Ms. Kimball.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Yeager, for your testimony. I did miss how you thought the Ecosystem Committee would fit into this work, a review body for what purpose? I missed that.
Through the chair, Ms. Kimball, I think some of the questions that you were asking Ms. Latanich earlier on about do we need to revise the IRA work plan and could there be recommendations provided to the council in December when this comes back? This could be a use of the Ecosystem Committee. It was also brought to my attention, I am not as familiar about tools that we have in the tool chest for other FMPs outside of the triennial review. And perhaps the Ecosystem Committee could provide recommendations for FMPs that aren't captured by that Groundfish triennial review going forward.
Thank you, Ms. Jaeger. Any other questions? Okay, seeing none, that concludes our public testimony. On D2, just one moment, please. So we have just completed our public testimony on D2. Let's try to come back at 3:30 and see if the council is ready to take action. We will reassess if we need a little more time. So we'll see you at 3:30. Thanks. Welcome back, everyone. So we are ready to see if the council would like to take action on D4, not D2. Apologies for saying the wrong thing earlier. So Ms. Vanderhoven.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have a motion that's been sent to staff. The council is not taking further action on the programmatic evaluation at this time. The council supports, it's been a long day, reinstituting the triennial comprehensive review of the Groundfish FMP objectives as a means for adaptive management. This review should continue to provide a summary of council activities relative to the Groundfish FMP goals and objectives, providing an opportunity for the council to consider whether to undertake additional activities to fulfill goals and objectives and/or update and modify goals and objectives. And with a second, I can speak to it briefly.
Second.
Thank you, Mr. Williams.
Thank you, Mr. Williams, for the second. Thank you, Madam Chair. This motion is consistent with the approach we took at our April meeting. It's consistent with the AP motion and with option 2 in our staff documents. I think we have really identified what we can do with the resources that we have available. I think it's really important that we bring back the triennial review. It's a good gut check for us, I think, as a council to make sure that we are sticking to those goals and objectives, or if they need to be modified over time. I think it provides us an opportunity to really do some self-reflection. And I think that's probably all I have at this point, but I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Ms. Vanderhoven. I'll see if there are any questions. Ms. Goen.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Ms. Vanderhoven, for the motion. I'm curious if you had any thought on how this approach might apply across FMPs, so there's more consistent approach across our council FMPs.
Thank you, Ms. Goen, for the question through the chair. To the best of my recollection, the Groundfish FMP is the only one where we've identified these goals and objectives. So it's challenging to do something similar with the others. I think with the resource capacity that we have, and that seems to be continuing to dwindle, we really just need to look at doing this one step at a time. And if we get through Groundfish and that works well and we have the resources, then we can consider looking at other FMPs. But I think we just need to stick with what we know we can do at this point.
Thanks for that.
Any other question? Ms. Kimball.
Thank you, Ms. Vanderhoven, for the motion. I guess my question was about this motion really looks like the AP motion and supporting the triennial review, which always allows us to make changes. We have had other actions, and this came up in testimony and in some of my questions about climate resiliency and our climate work plan, our LKTK protocols. I'm wondering if you think there's an opportunity for this to be the vehicle in which we kind of track progress on those things, or if that's something that's more appropriate for the ecosystem committee to consider before we take on a new type of triennial review. Just wondered if you had any thoughts about including or not including those types of things.
Thank you, Ms. Kimball. Through the chair, I think both of those are viable. We have not yet reconstituted the ecosystem committee, but we could certainly ask them with that kind of thing. I think this is certainly a vehicle that we could look at doing that. And as with any council activity, if there is something that rises through public testimony or other means where there's a concern that we might want to look at something out of cycle, that's another opportunity that we could consider those kinds of things as well.
Any other questions? Any comments? Mr. Ritchie?
Thank you. I think I have a question, and thank you for the motion. Just looking at the IRA funding objectives here, one that I've thought was very interesting was number 3, strengthen the consideration of uncertainty and risk and harvest specifications. And I'm wondering if you think this motion leaves room for that in this triennial review, and if you could speak to that. Thank you.
Thank you for the question, Mr. Ritchie, through the chair. I didn't explicitly call that out here. I think we're looking at that in some of the other items that we have on our ongoing agenda with things like the harvest control rules and some of the other issues. So certainly it could fit in here and would be part of that, but I think we're dealing with that a little bit differently and separately from this particular action.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Ms. Kimball?
Thank you. That just raised another question for me through the chair. I just wanted to see, you did not address the IRA work plan in this motion. Makes sense, the agenda items on the programmatic, but it's not your intent then to do anything different than what staff has suggested, such that we would look at a modification of the IRA work plan as soon as they bring it back. I think they might have said December, but I'm not positive. So not addressing it here, just there's no statement then about that. We're just assuming we'll see the revised work plan if this motion passes, and it would include those other things that were in our presentation and just not the programmatic as a vehicle for those things. Is that correct?
Thank you, Ms. Kimball, through the chair. Yes, that's correct. And I probably should have noted that in my rationale. So thanks for bringing that up.
Thank you for that clarification. Any other questions? Any comments on the motion? Yes, Ms. Kimball.
Thanks. I'll comment. I'll support the motion. I feel like the resource constraints are one thing. I also feel like we haven't gotten a ton of support for this in the public realm at this point, understanding that we have a lot of other priorities and that this particular vehicle is not the only place where we look at our goals and objectives and where we address important things that are emerging, like our LKTK protocols, like our climate resiliency work plan. It was a choice to start on this path to do a programmatic. I think this motion takes us off that path, and I think that's the right thing to do at this point. It doesn't mean the council is less accountable for our groundfish FMP objectives by any means. It just means we'll use a different vehicle to do that, which I think is smart in this time of lower resources. I'm looking forward to having another ecosystem committee constituted, and maybe that can be a place to review some of these things as well. But I support the motion. I think it makes sense for our council right now. Thanks.
Thank you, Ms. Kimball. Any other comments? Ms. Baker.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I will also support the motion. Thank you, Ms. Vanderhoeven, and just really, yeah, appreciating the testimony that we received on this. I think this motion is consistent with that, as well as, and just really appreciating and supporting what Ms. Kimball just suggested in potentially If there are other things that we want to look at in terms of evaluating, I think perhaps, yeah, the reinstituted ecosystem committee could be a good way to do that. And so it sounds like we have a good process going forward. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Baker. Any other comments? Seeing any, thank you for the motion, Ms. Vanderhoeven. We ask if there's any objection. Seeing none, the motion passes without objection. Any other actions under D4? Seeing none, so that takes us to the end of our day. We will start tomorrow morning with staff tasking. I know that there are a couple of items that were flagged during B report. Let's open up the floor briefly for anything council member would like to flag for tomorrow to address that staff tasking. Mr. Curlin.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I had mentioned this during B reports, but I would like to discuss scheduling for cook inlet harvest specs, please.
Thank you, Mr. Curlin. Ms. Baker.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I think I also mentioned during the B reports, I would like to follow up on the executive order response motion and that this council made earlier in the meeting. And I would like to follow up on 2 items in staff tasking tomorrow. I mentioned previously the herring PSC management issue that was noted on the executive order. And I also was realizing I'm interested in talking about the number 2A on that motion, which was an omnibus record keeping and reporting action to try in the interest of identifying some of these record keeping and reporting issues that maybe we can move forward with. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Pamplin.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Yes, for tomorrow under staff tasking, I intend to bring forward a motion regarding modifications to the lead level 2 endorsement requirements. And this also stems from the action we took under B reports and the response on the EO. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Pamplin. And Ms. Kimball.
Thanks, Madam Chair. I think I'm rounding out the last of the EO components, but I'd intend to bring forward a motion to address the bled sablefish issue that we identified in the EO motion.
Thank you. And Mr. Williams.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have a very simple motion instituting the Executive Finance Committee terms of reference that I'll bring up tomorrow.
Thank you. All right, with that, let's reconvene at 8:30 tomorrow morning, and we will begin with a short staff presentation during our staff tasking agenda item. And thank you all for your work throughout the day. Thanks. See you tomorrow at 8:30.